Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. Let's get crafting. But today I'm using this golden ring from the dollar spot at Target. I'm going to take these wheat bush stems from Walmart that I got and I have used in pretty much most of my videos and DIYs for fall. I'm going to hot glue one in each direction, one going up and one going down, and I'm going to keep the shape of that ring. I almost want to make sure that ring is hidden behind that stem, and I'm going to focus on the bottom right side of that ring. Now, these are some peonies I got on Amazon. They are the coffee tone. They are stunning, my friends. If you follow me, you know that I am a little bit obsessed with peonies. And normally the pinkish vintage color ones, but these coffee tones are perfect for fall. So I am going to add a couple here, the larger one facing up and then the smaller one facing down. I made a very simple bow using burlap ribbon from burlapfabric.com. I'm going to have the website linked down below. They have beautiful selections of burlap anything. And I'm just going to place it in between both flowers there, just nice and snug. And hot glue it in place. Did I hot glue it? No, I think I tied it in the back. And then that's basically it. I'm just going to add a ribbon, the same burlap ribbon on the top, and that's where I'll hang it from, and then we'll be done. One thing I do want to mention is, and that's why I'm kind of going to show you here what I did with this. When I do wreaths that have the decor on one side of it instead of the bottom or all around it, for obvious reasons, it tends to be heavier on that side. So I wanted to mention that I did hot glue the ribbon to the actual ring, because otherwise then the ring will just obviously, just gravity will take over and it would make that wreath kind of tilt to the right. So that's why I'm hot gluing it and making sure that it's not going to go anywhere and it is as straight as possible. But look how beautiful, simple, elegant this wreath is. This is another kind of like a wreath form. This was also $3. Again, that golden tone that I thought it was very, very cute. I'm going to remove that string. It's like a leather or pleather, I guess, a little string. I'm going to remove that. We're going to put it back on in a little bit. I want to make a wreath here, but I'm going to make it in a pumpkin shape. So I'm just going to add a piece of scrap rope to it, to the little ring on top, and I'm just going to tie it regularly, nothing major. This is going to serve as, because I'm going to create a nice long stem for this pumpkin here, and I want something for the aluminum foil to hold on to. So that's what I use. I saw this technique being used by Mama Dares to DIY. I've already used it in several projects, and I just love this technique. So I'm going to have her channel linked down below if you want to check out her videos. They're so creative, so creative. So this is where I got this technique from. So I'm just going to wrap some aluminum foil, and I'm going to keep wrapping until I like the thickness and the shape. So I'm going to make it thicker on the bottom, just like any pumpkin stem would be, and then go thinner as I go. And then I'm going to kind of curl it in a way that I think it would look cute. After I hot glued a little bit of the base of the stem there, just so it didn't move so much, I'm going to now wrap it with some Dollar Tree nautical rope. Now, if you've ever separated each strand from the rope, I don't know if you have or not, but when you separate them, each strand has like a ton of jute twine. So when you separate them, this jute twine kind of separates, I guess, it loosens up. And then when I wrapped it around the stem, it doesn't look like rope. It just looks like a whole bunch of jute twine wrapped around the stem, and you'll see it. But basically, I'm just going to hot glue to secure it and then wrap it around until the entire stem is wrapped in this rope, or jute twine in this case. So you can see it there a little bit better, that it doesn't even look like rope. It just looks like a whole bunch of jute twine. All right, so you can see some of the aluminum foil there on the bottom. So I'm just going to kind of just thread more of this rope around and around until everything is covered, and then again securing it with hot glue. So now it's time to add some florals. These are some faux grassy plants that I got on Amazon. They are on my Amazon store, which is linked down below. I'm going to thread a couple branches, one facing up, the other one facing down. And I'm going to keep, again, the decorations very simple and on the right side of the wreath. But instead of the right bottom of the wreath, this was going to be a little bit directly on the side of the wreath. And threading it through the chicken wire there just makes it a lot more secure. I didn't even have to hot glue it, but I'm just going to add hot glue now to add these yellow baby spreads that I also got on Amazon. I'm going to add a little bundle, again facing up, and another one facing down. I'm going to take some burlap ribbon from burlapfabric.com, and I'm going to make a very simple bow, and I'm going to tie it in the middle using that leftover strand of rope that I have. I just thought it would just tie everything together, and just going to tie it simply in the middle, nothing too fancy. Cut the X's, and then I'm going to hot glue it in the center and between the flowers. So there you have it. I added that little pumpkin from the Dollar Tree there, just clipped right to it. And here I'm going to add that little piece of leather to be able to hang it. I actually put it on right directly underneath the stem, but I had to move it again because the floral arrangement made the wreath just kind of hang to the right. So as you can see, I had to move it just to even it out. But look how cute this looks, and really so simple, guys. These two cute pumpkins at Kirkland's. They have them both a set for $65, and I thought I can definitely recreate these perfect for fall. So I'm going to start with some painter sticks. And I didn't need, I'm going to be creating two pumpkins as you saw in the original set. So over here, I'm just marking where I want to make some cuts. This taller one here is going to be the center one where it will stick out with the stem. And then I'm going to cut the other ones at 6 inches, and it's going to be 5 on each side. And that way I'll have a total of 11 sticks. And I'm going to do the same thing for both pumpkins. And once again, I'm going to use my miter box. Now you're going to see the miter box slide here and there. I should put something underneath it, but I'm here just showing you how it works. And it just, my surface is a little slippery, but it does have one side of the bottom of the box is longer than the other one, and you can actually kind of clip it to the side of the table, and that's what I did for the rest of the cuts. But just for purposes of showing you how the miter box works, I'm just showing you here. I'm doing it on top of the table or on the center of the table. But if you do not have a miter box, I do have it linked in my Amazon store, which is linked down below in the description box. I highly recommend it if you are often making crafts that have smaller woods like these. Is really good to work with. All right, so now I have all my cuts made for both my pumpkins. So it's time to just cut the angled cuts from the two side sticks. So basically here I'm just drawing the direction of the angles or the direction of the cuts that I need, but I'm going to use the angles that are in the miter box to make the cuts. Hey guys, so I want to encourage you to visit Christi's channel, the host of Cheek for Cheap every month. It is linked down in the description box below, as well as a playlist for the challenge. So if you are going to participate in this challenge, go ahead and check out that playlist link and add your video to it. Hey guys, so I want to tell you that these painter sticks are very inexpensive. I get them on Amazon and they come 200 in a huge box and they're only $20. There's literally 1 cent per each stick. I have them in my Amazon store linked down below. All right, so now I'm just going to sand off a little bit of the splintery ends on the sticks so that it is nice and smooth and not splintery at all. And then it's time to put things together. I'm just going to use hot glue to put them together because these painter sticks, as you know, they're not very thick, they're not very heavy, and hot glue would be sufficient. So the original pumpkins are planked like, and you can see through them just a little bit. So here I'm just going to separate them just a bit so that you can see through them a little bit. I am using my square to kind of keep them straight because I am going to use 2 painter sticks on the back of them to glue them and put them together. And I know that the painter sticks are 12 inches long as my square is, so I'm going to use that as a measurement. And again, I'm just going to use some hot glue, and I'm going to use 2 painter sticks, one towards the top and one towards the bottom to secure them. All right, guys, so let's start painting. I'm going to paint these pumpkin using Artisa paint. This is their fabric paint, but I used them. I didn't have another orange color tone, so this is the only thing that I had, and it actually worked beautifully. It has such good coverage. I'm going to have the link to this paint down below. Again, they're fabric paints, but I'm using them on wood, and they worked perfectly fine. So if you're interested, Artisa is offering you a 10% discount today on these paints, and actually site-wide, and that is effective until September 30th, 2020. So check it out and use the promo code in the description box down below and take advantage of that 10%. So I'm going to give each of them one coat. One of them is going to be with their orange, and then on the other one it's going to be white.
Thinking about my options, every detail in my head, but it doesn't really matter, nothing matters, so I cry instead. I've been running circles, trying to catch my breath. I've been trying everything.
Alright guys, so as you can tell, I left the stem portion bare wood, so I'm just going to stain it now using Waverly Antiquing Wax. I'm just going to give it one coat and then wipe off the excess, and I'll do that on both pumpkins.
I've been staring at the ceiling, I've been staying up all night. Everything I ever worked for vanished in the blink of an eye. I've been asking every question, cause I haven't got a clue. Why's it gotta be me? What the hell am I supposed to do?
Alright, so these painter sticks are actually thicker ones. They were pieces left over from a previous project, and they're the painter sticks that are like super long, like the 5-gallon one painter sticks. So I had these leftovers from a previous project, and I thought they'd be perfect to have a base for my pumpkins, just like the original pumpkins have. So I'm just going to give them, again, one coat of the Waverly Antiquing Wax, wipe off the excess, and let them dry. Right, so the original pumpkins were a little bit distressed on the edges, so I'm going to use the Waverly Antiquing Wax and my stenciling brush to add some shadowing and distressing on the edges of both pumpkins. That way it adds some dimension, but also we want to keep it as authentic as the original ones as possible. Alright, so now it's time to add some florals. These are some leaves from the Dollar Tree. They come in a little packet, and they come like a whole bunch in them. They're fabric, and I'm just going to use a few of them on both of the pumpkins, secure them with hot glue, and then I'm also going to add a flower from the Dollar Tree that I clipped off of a flower little bush stem that I got, and then I'll do the same thing on the other one.
Look out, here she comes, the woman that I love. It's too bad she'll never know. Yeah, I can't tell her how I feel, because she has someone who makes her happy. I'm a ghost in these walls, or at least I try to be. 'Cause I hope that I'm not showing how I feel for her, but she won't feel the same for me. I've got this picture in my mind. It's just the two of us, just the two of us. But I know I have to try to let her go, because she won't be mine. I listen when she talks, I watch her when she walks. She's giving me these feelings that I've never felt before.
Alright guys, so the original pumpkins had the words thankful and blessed. Now I have this thankful tin words from Dollar Tree that I thought would be perfect for this one. Now I didn't have one that said blessed, but I did have one that said welcome, and I thought it would be okay to place it on the orange one. So that's what I did, and I'm just securing them with hot glue. And then I will be securing each pumpkin to the base of the one that I created earlier. That way they can stand upright. And I'm going to just secure them with hot glue as well. And I'm going to use a piece of leftover dowel. This is not the same dowel as I used for my previous DIY. This is a thinner one. I had leftover some pieces from my previous project, and I thought I just need something to give it a little bit more stability. So I'm going to hot glue the dowels on the base first, and then add hot glue to the base as well as the dowel, and then I can attach the pumpkins.
You say take me on a treasure hunt. I long for something new. Have you heard the fairies when they sing and dance? Oh, I wish it was me every night. When I close my eyes, I see beauty lives in me. I know I don't yet know it, so I trust you when you say that beauty lives in me too. Later, it comes later, dear, for many of us. I promise you that we learn through the wrongs, and even the rough can be sweet. Just close your eyes and know beauty lives in me. I know I don't yet know it, so
I'm going to take this Dollar Tree wooden leaf, and I'm going to give it one coat of the Bare Mossy Bench paint.
who you are, who you really are. Yeah, don't need you here to say you're sorry. 'Cause if you're gonna leave me, then just do it. Don't take it slow, don't be gentle. No, I just gotta know if you're gonna leave me, then just do it.
Once it was dry, I am now going to take these doilies from the Dollar Tree, and I'm going to use just one of them, and I'm going to hot glue it to the surface of the leaf. That way you see the doily, but you also have that teal tone undertone underneath, and it just looks super beautiful, super chic, and what a great way to use these doilies.
Shooting me with words, but I won't let them bruise. Even though it hurts, I won't show it to you. 'cause it will ricochet. I won't let it bite. I will look at you and tell you that I'm alright. Like a ricochet, it will come back to you. 'Cause I don't care about you anymore.
Once again, I'm going to use the cutting tool that Tisa sent me, and it just made the work so much easier than cutting. I don't know if you've ever tried cutting around wood with a lot of detail like this with scissors, but it's not easy. So with this tool, you can just get really close to the edge and make a very good cut.
You can't hurt me like you did before. Let me tell you, not because my eyes are open, your words will keep bouncing away.
Alright, so now I am going to distress it just a bit on the edges using Waverly Antiquing Wax and my stenciling brush. I'm just going to do the very, very edges just to add some dimension to the leaf. Alright, so there's that little pumpkin I did earlier and that I didn't use on my previous DIY. So I'm going to hot glue it there to the bottom of the leaf, as well as a flower from Dollar Tree.
I used to let it in, all the things you said. You try to turn me into somebody else.
I am going to take Rust-Oleum Hammered Golden Tone spray paint, and I'm going to spray paint this Harvest word. It's like a tin word from the Dollar Tree, but again, I'm going with that golden tone, so I am just going to give it one good coat of the paint. And then once it was dry, it's time to attach it to the leaf using hot glue, and then we'll be done. Guys, this is another one that's very unique, very chic, and it has that fall look, but again with that beautiful pop of color.
But it will ricochet, I won't let it bite. I will look at you and tell you that I'm alright. Like a ricochet, it will come back to you. 'Cause I don't care about you anymore. So you can't hurt me like you did before. Let me tell you, not because my eyes are open, your words will keep bouncing away. And even if you're trying to hurt me, my skin's getting thicker each day. Don't know how you fall asleep at night.
So I'm going to take this Dollar Tree red truck sign and I'm going to remove everything from it. The only thing I'm not going to remove is those words. The word Happy Harvest actually is textured and it has like a little bit of glitter, but it's not too much, but I'm going to leave it on because later on I'm going to trace over it. So for now, I'm just going to remove everything, and then I'm going to take my blade knife and I'm going to cut the top portion from the bottom. So I'm going to have two pieces.
It's just not right. No, because my eyes are open, your words will keep bouncing away. Like a ricochet, like a ricochet.
And then once I had it cut, I sanded down the edges that I cut so that they are nice and straight and smooth.
Like a ricochet, like a ricochet.
All right, so now I'm going to tape the wheels because I want to keep them the black tone, but everything else is going to get 2 coats of Rust-Oleum chalk paint in the linen white.
Let me tell you, not because my eyes are open, your
right, so while the truck dries, I am going to take these two little pumpkins from the Dollar Tree and I am going to cut them in half, straight down the middle. That way I'll have 4 half pumpkins. I'm going to use my blade knife for this one, and again, I'm just going to cut it right in half.
I've been lying here for too long. I don't know what else to do. I wanna get away from every little thing just to try to make it through.
And now I'm going to paint 2 of them in the mossy bench and 2 of them and the other 2 with Rust-Oleum chalk paint and the linen white.
I've been thinking about my options, every detail in my head, but it doesn't really matter, nothing matters, so I cry instead. I've been running circles, trying to catch my breath. I've been trying everything.
I went outside and I grabbed a random little branch and I'm just cutting little pieces of it because these are going to be my stems for the 4 little pumpkins. And I'm going to secure them to the pumpkins using hot glue.
Everything I ever worked for vanished in the blink of an eye. I've been asking every question, 'cause I haven't got a clue. Why's it gotta be me? What the hell am I supposed to do?
Alright guys, this is when things get really fun for me. So I'm going to take this Dollar Tree foam board and I'm going to cut several pieces. 2 of them are going to be more like rectangular, longer pieces, and they're about 1.25 inches thick. However, I did have to cut more of it off. So they turned out to be about 1 inch thick, and I don't really know how long they are because I just measured it with the bottom of the truck, but I would guess it would be about 5 inches long or so. So I'm going to have those 2 pieces, and those are the pieces that are going to then act like it's going to give the truck a 3D effect. So it's going to have like a mini truck bed, which I think is super cute. So I'm going to hot glue them vertically on the back of the truck, making sure that I am gluing them no wider than the top portion of the truck. All right, so now I am going to cut another piece. This is going to be a larger piece, but I'm going to keep it in the same width. That's what I'm doing there, as those ones that I just glued. And this is going to be the part that's going to then go behind the top portion, and it's going to then be glued to the bottom portion. And I know that sounds complicated, but you'll see it here. So I'm just going to hot glue that part there, and that's how it's going to kind of join together and become more of a 3D truck where you would have a mini tiny bed. All right, before we put anything together, I want to then now add some of the details that the truck had, which it lost because I painted over them. I'm going to use the Waverly Antiquing Wax, and I'm just going to add some shading, some of the details like the bumper right there, and some distressing to give it more of a farmhouse look. And I did the same thing with the top part. Right, so now I am going to trace, as I mentioned earlier, the word happy harvest. So I'm going to use the mossy bench and a small brush, and I'm just going to trace it because I can see the letters through the paints because I left them so they're a little bit raised, and that way it was easy to just follow. All right, here we go. So let's put everything together. I'm going to add hot glue. Now, I don't know why I'm adding hot glue in the entire part because I'm only going to need about half of it. But there you have it. I'm going to now attach the top portion to the bottom portion so it's flush with the two little pieces I added. And guys, this is so cute. Look at that. Oh my gosh. So now I'm going to add these little pumpkins, half pumpkins. They're going to look like they are stacked on the back of this truck, which is so adorable. And again, just hot glue them to the back there.
Look out, here she comes. The woman that I love. It's too bad she'll never know. Yeah, I can't tell her how I feel because she has someone who makes her happy.
And now I'm going to add a few little details using these little faux florals. These are like dried wheat bushes that I got from Walmart. And basically I'm going to add 3 of them, just scattering them around, and we'll be done, guys. And as I said, this is my favorite. I am so in love with them. From the little tiny pumpkin to the truck, and it has that tiny bed. Those pumpkins just fit perfect there. I'm just so happy with the way it turned out.
Trust you when you say that beauty lives in me.
So I'm going to use Rust-Oleum milk paints and chalk paint to give these wood slices beautiful fall colors. This one is a yellow tone. Again, I'm going to have everything linked down below, or listed, I should say, down below. The second one is a beautiful blue tone, kind of like a teal blue tone. And then the third one will have a chiffon cream tone. All right, so now that everything is nice and dry, I am going to drill a hole on the top of each wood slice because they're going to be pumpkins. And I'm also going to drill holes in 3 little wood stems from the Dollar Tree. Now I'm going to fill the holes with some hot glue and then put in these little leftover sticks from another project that I had. And I'm just making sure that they're nicely snug in there. And then I'm going to cut the excess stick, and then I'm going to place more glue inside the wood stems. That way it's nice and secure, and I'll do the same thing on all 3. Alright, so now it's time to add some of the details. This was a nautical rope, a little piece of nautical rope from the Dollar Tree. I separated all the 3 strands, and then now I'm separating even more each strand to have all these little curly, just super cute jute twines. And I'm just going to wrap it around each stem, just tie it as if it was a scarf.
So I trust you when you say beauty lives in me too.
And now I'm going to add a leaf from the Dollar Tree, and I'm just going to pick colors that really contrast well against the base color of the pumpkin. For the blue one, I picked the yellow and the orange. For the white one, I picked the red one, and then the yellow, I picked the green leaf.
Don't need someone to save me, no, and don't come running to blame me.
Now I'm going to add these little pieces of scrap wood to the back of each of them, and I'm going to secure them with wood glue and brad nails. That way they can stand upright without falling.
I would be up waiting for you if you had to leave. I would wait a lifetime if you were at sea. I just wanna say that I feel that our love is real. Maybe we should hurry up and seal the deal. Oh, oh, I just wanna love you right. Oh, oh, love you till the end of time. I just wanna hold you for forever. Every day you're making me better. 'Cause a love like this is rare. And I wanna take you there. I would give it all away to do it all again.
3, guys, I'm going to take these 2 old drawers. I believe my mom brought them to me. They're very old, not very old, just very dirty and just sticky. I'm going to need just the front part of the drawers for these for this DIY. So I'm going to remove them, and then I'm going to give it a good clean and a light sanding.
Let's be honest for a second. Yeah, you're being over your head, babe. 'Cause there is no one other than me that can make you feel the way you feel when I hold you. I think I said enough. You said you love for me something brand new. You said this is something you would never do.
After everything was dry, I am now going to give it 2 coats of Rust-Oleum chalk paint in the linen white.
Here we are in a car. Let me see who you are, who you really are. Yeah, don't need you here to say you're sorry.
After the paint was dry, I am now going to distress just the edges using a 120 grit sandpaper.
'Cause if you're gonna leave me, then just do it. Don't take it slow, don't be gentle. No, I just gotta know if you're gonna leave me, then just do it. Just do it.
Everything is sanded in the way I want. I wanted the distress to just be on the edges, so I am now just dusting the dust. Now I'm going to take the florals that are going to be on the actual decor, and I'm just going to place them on top so I can kind of mark where I want to pre-drill some holes. I'm going to use my drill to drill the holes, and that's where I am going to then secure the florals with some wire from the Dollar Tree. So I'm just going to tighten it in the back on both of them, and then I did cut the excess wire so it's just not hanging out. And then I rearranged the florals. These are baby's breaths, yellow baby's breaths that I got from Amazon. They are in my Amazon store, which is linked down below. A lot of the supplies that I use today, paints and everything, are in my Amazon store. I'm now going to take this burlap ribbon that burlapfabric.com sent me. Very flexible, very manageable. I love this ribbon. And I'm just going to make 2 simple bows and tie them in the middle using the same wire that I used to secure the florals. And now I'm going to attach both bows to exactly where I secured the florals to with hot glue. And as an added detail, I'm going to hot glue a couple of pine cones from the Dollar Tree. And that'll be it. I did add 1 claw hook to the back of each decor. That way it can be hung on the wall. And we'll be done with this one. And this one is beautiful. It has a very farmhouse look to it. And then again with that beautiful yellow that I'm just in love with this fall.
Trust you when you say that beauty lives in me too. Beauty lives in me. I know I don't yet know it, so I trust you when you say.
Alright, so I'm gonna take this Dollar Tree mason jar sign. It's mason jar style, I guess. It's beautiful. It's just not my style. So I want to recreate create something very different with it. So I'm going to hand draw here just like the outline of the jar, but basically leaving about 2 inches on each side. And I'm just doing it with a pencil because that's just, it's simple. And then I'm going to trace it with using my knife blade. And this took a little longer, so I'm just going to show you the first few seconds of how it looked and what I did. Basically, I just kept tracing it, cutting through until the knife blade went all the way through and I was able to pull out the middle part.
Oh, would you stay with me now till the morning? Would you stay till the morning light? Or would you follow me? Or would you let it be if I leave tonight?
And then once I had it out, I sanded down the leftover little glitter parts that I see there in the corner, and then I sanded the inside trim. That way it's nice and smooth.
We could do this right. We'll find the remedy. Or would you stay with me now till the morning light? Till the morning light. Till the morning light. Till the morning light.
Now that everything is smooth and ready for paint, I'm going to give it 2 coats of Rust-Oleum chalk paint in the linen white.
I've been lying here for too long. I don't know what else to do. I wanna get away from every little thing just to try to make it through. I've been thinking about my options, every detail in my head, but it doesn't really matter, nothing matters, so I cry instead.
And while the paint dries, I'm going to use this chicken wire. I got this chicken wire on Amazon, and it's different from what chicken wire you would get at the hardware store. I have worked with that one, and it is a lot more difficult to work with This is a lot more manageable. It's softer. It's more of a crafting chicken wire than anything else. I took that middle part that I removed and I'm going to use that as a template, and I'm just going to draw with a permanent marker about an inch away from the rim there. That way I know that it'll fit in that middle part and have enough on the outside so that I can secure it to the mason jar sign.
I've been running circles, trying to catch my breath. I've been trying everything.
Alright guys, so I am going to again mix two different things. This one is more like a terracotta look, and this one has more of a like a hammered, I don't know, kind of rusty look. So I'm gonna try to mix it, splash it here and there to make it a little bit more vintage.
Everything I ever worked for vanished in the blink of an eye. I've been asking every question.
I think this orange tone or terracotta tone gave it a beautiful rustic, not rustic, rusty look. It just looks like it's rusted. And then I sprayed a little bit more of the darker tone on top just to mute it down a bit. And I think it turned out so cute. Now in the camera, you really can't tell. It just looks like it's dark. But later in the pictures, you'll see it a little bit closer and you'll see what I'm talking about. It just looks like that chicken wire um, has rusted through the months and the years. I'm going to take these scrap pieces of painter sticks that I got from a different project. I always keep these little things around for purposes like these. And I'm just going to use them to secure the chicken wire in the back.
Cause I haven't got a clue. Why's it gotta be me? What the hell am I supposed to do? I've been running circles, trying to catch my breath. I've been trying everything I can.
So because the chicken wire had that rustic, rusty look, I wanted to add a little bit on the edges of the frame. That way it kind of looks and ties in with the vintage farmhouse look that I'm going for.
But I ain't got nothing left. And I know there's so much more to this life, but it's hard to see it clear.
And I'm going to keep it very simple. I'm just going to take this Dollar Tree lace ribbon and I'm just going to trim, or not trim, place it in between where that trim, the upper trim and the bottom part of the sign kind of meet, and just hot glue it on the back. And then I'm going to add a simple flower to the right lower corner of this sign, and I'm going to leave it like that. I did put back the little jute twine string on top so that it can be hung, but that's it. I'm not going to do anything else. I want to keep it very simple, but I think this just speaks vintage farmhouse and it looks so pretty.
Yeah, I tried my best, but nothing turns out right. God, I need you now so dearly. 'Cause I've been running circles, trying to catch my breath. I've been trying everything I can, but I ain't got nothing left.
This beautiful frame I recently got from a family member who did not need it anymore. It didn't even have a glass or anything. It was just like this. So I want to give it more of a farmhouse look. I'm going to give it 1.5 coats of Rust-Oleum chalk paint in the linen white. And what I mean by 1.5 is I am going to give it kind of a ombre style look. So the middle rim, so all that middle rim that I'm painting right now, it's all going to have full coverage. And then I'm going to slowly increase the dry brushing as I go out on the frame. That way it just starts kind of like, It used to be all white, like the center rim, and then it kind of has this stress through the years, and that's kind of like the look that I am going for with this one. So I gave it one coat, and then a second coat was only on the, again, inside rim part, because I wanted that to have full coverage. Everything else around it was dry brushed to give it that distressed vintage look.
Circles, trying to catch my breath. I've been trying everything I can. I ain't got nothing left.
All right, so now I'm going to take some rope. This is not nautical rope from our Dollar Tree. It's something I got on Amazon. I do have it on my Amazon store, which is linked down below. A lot of the supplies, paint brushes, florals that I use, I do have in my Amazon store. So check it out in the link down below. So I'm going to use this rope to tie it around this little milk jug that I got several months ago now. Oh gosh, oh, probably almost a year now. And there's like a ton in this box, and I use some here and there for my DIYs. I'm just going to put a floral here, but I will secure it with some hot glue. That way it's nice and secure.
I got this feeling like it's starting now, starting now. I feel adventurous with you. And there is nothing that can hold us back, hold us back. We can do what we wanna do. 'Cause we got all the time in the world, for better or worse. We should stay together. So let's stay young and in love. We should focus on us forever. Yeah, baby.
Dollar spot from Target pumpkin. Dollar Tree does not have, at least my Dollar Trees do not have the larger ones, the larger pumpkins. So I wanted to try the technique on a larger pumpkin, but you can certainly use one from Dollar Tree if that's what you have. I'm going to give this pumpkin a lot of texture. Normally, when I want to add texture, I use the technique of adding caulk or not caulk, spackle. There you go. And I spread it all over. But for this one, I kind of want to try something different. I'm going to try Mod Podge and tissue paper. Tissue paper, as you know, when it's so thin that when it gets wet, it kind of um, almost melts. I feel like it just really gets really gooey. And so that's why I wanted it and not any other paper. I'm just going to cut it up in different pieces. It does not matter. This is all going to be scrunched up, and it's meant to give the pumpkin texture. So I'm just going to cut it or tear it into smaller pieces. And then I'm going to start covering the pumpkin. I removed the stem, but later I will replace it and put it back on before I paint it. So I'm going to start at the bottom, but there really isn't no right or wrong way or where to start. Just start either at the bottom or at the top, and then start putting on Mod Podge. What I did, now this is the first time I ever did it, so really I'm learning as I go. Um, as I start putting Mod Podge, then I start putting on the tissue paper, and all I'm doing is being as sporadic as possible. There's no right or wrong way. Just putting it on and scrunching it. And then if there are any pieces that kind of lift up, just lift it up, put a little bit more Mod Podge, stick it on. And then I cover the entire thing with more Mod Podge. So I add Mod Podge before the tissue paper and then Mod Podge on top of the tissue paper.
Would you stay till the morning light, or would you follow me, or would you let it be? If I leave tonight, we could do this right. We'll find the remedy, or would you stay with me now till the morning light? Before you turn away, I just want you to know that I didn't throw your stuff away. Before you make up your mind that I'm nowhere to find, I'm standing right here. I know that I told you we're over. I swear that I'm sober. Just listen, I miss you. And I know that I said all these things, but now when you're with her, I can see that you miss me. Would you stay till the morning light, or
once I had the entire pumpkin pretty covered and in kind of where I wanted it or liked, but you can put as much tissue as you want. I then start just brushing Mod Podge all over it, just making sure anything that may be lifted up is pushed down, and then also using the brush to kind of give the pumpkin the shape, just pushing down on those ridges. And this is what it looks like. Doesn't it look kind of creepy? The color of the tissue paper almost made it look like skin. Oh my gosh. Anyways, I took it outside and I'm going to spray paint it black using Rust-Oleum flat black spray paint. And I gave it one heavy coat. I do advise that if you are going to redo this, that once you paint it, you let it dry and then you flip it over and paint it, because some paint did not get right underneath the like little ridges of where the tissue paper was. So that was one thing that I didn't do. So I do have to take it back out and spray paint it. But anyways, the spray paint did cover a lot of it. So there you have it. Look how cute that looks. Oh my gosh, I love that texture. So as you can see, I did replace back the stem and I spray painted it. And now I'm going to take this Dollar Tree, oh my god, it's not ribbon. Oh, for the love. Oh my gosh, I can't think of it. Oh, yarn. There it goes. So I'm going to take this yarn and I'm going to wrap the stem. I wasn't really sure what I wanted to do with the stem, if I should leave it black, which I think looks pretty cool, very Halloweenish, but I wanted it to have more of a farmhouse look. I wanted to soften it up a little bit. So I'm just going to wrap it in the yarn all around until it's fully covered and secure with hot glue. I still felt like something was missing on the pumpkin, so I decided to add what I thought was going to be it's a yarn bow. So I wrapped it around my four fingers, and then after I had it wrapped up enough, I then just folded it and tied it in the middle, kind of like to make a bow. But it's yarn, so it didn't look like a bow. It ended up looking like a flimsy little pom-pom. But, I made it work. I tied it around. I'm still not sure if this is what I want it to look like. So, but anyways, I just thought it just added more texture and a little bit of detail. So I placed it on there. And then we'll be done with this one, guys. And I just tell you, gosh, this texture I have to redo again. It is absolutely stunning. And I just think even if you added more tissue paper, how cool would that be? Or even add like different designs on the tissue paper. It would be really cool. I'm going to take this Dollar Tree sign. It is square, so I am going to reshape it and cut it into two different parts. So first, of course, we got to sand down all the glitter and wipe it off. And then once that's done, I'm going to start cutting them into two pieces, smaller ones, so that I can make tags.
I've been staring at the ceiling. I've been staying up all night. Everything I ever worked for vanished in the blink of an eye.
There's no right or wrong size for this. I'm just looking for or to make tags that are not so tall. So I'm just kind of eyeing it out and just kind of seeing what I like. So if you're going to recreate something like this, just go with what you want to see. But if you want exact measurements, I'd say I'm cutting about, let's see, about 2 inches about 2 inches off the top, just to create more of a, maybe like a 10-inch high tags. And then I'm just going to find the middle, so then I can have my two sides with equal sides.
I've been asking every question, 'cause I haven't got a clue. Why's it gotta be me? What the hell am I supposed to do?
And then I'm going to find the middle on the top. And again, there's no exact measurements. It's just where you want the angles to go. and how long they should go. It really is up to you, but I did it where I had 2 inches on each side and then about 3 inches down, and then I just marked them. And I want both my tags to be exactly the same size, so I'm gonna use one and each other to keep each other in the same measurements.
I've been running circles, trying to catch my breath. I've been trying everything I can, but I ain't got nothing left. And I know there's so much more to this life, but it's hard to see it clearly. Yeah, I try my best, but nothing turns out right. God, I need you now so dearly, 'cause I've been running circles, trying to catch my breath. I've been trying everything I can, but I ain't got nothing.
And of course, don't worry about if the edges are not like straight and smooth, because you can always just sand it down and it sands down pretty good. For the holes on top, I decided to use my drill, and this is like probably my thickest drill bit that I was able to find, which was fine for tags this size, but any tags any bigger, I think something, a hole a little bigger would be best, but for this size, I think this drill bit worked perfectly fine.
I've been running circles, trying to catch my breath. I've been trying everything I.
Alright, so I'm going to give one of the tags 2 coats of Rust-Oleum chalk paint in the linen white, and then the other one is going to take two coats of pale sepia in this, and that is the bare chalk paint.
I ain't got nothing left. Nothing left. Nothing left.
Alright, I used my Cricut to cut these designs. I downloaded these designs from Cricut Design Space, and I am just going to add a pumpkin to the pale sepia one, and then Farm Sweet Farm decal to the white one.
I've been lying here for too long. I don't know what else to do. I wanna get away from every little thing just to try to make it through. I've been thinking about my options, every detail in my head, but it doesn't really matter, nothing matters, so I cry instead. I've been running
I'm going to use a piece of scrap foam board from the Dollar Tree. You know those foam boards. I just cut a little piece. This is just going to add some dimension and almost like a 3D. So they're not laying right on top of each other. And I'm just going to hot glue it.
It's too bad she'll never know. Yeah, I can't tell her how I feel, because she has someone who makes her happy. I'm a ghost in these walls, or at least I try to be.
For the string or the rope, I guess, I was tempted to use jute twine because I use jute twine or rope all the time, but again, I want all these 3 pieces to kind of match each other, and so I wanted to use the yarn. I'm just gonna cut. I am not even measuring, guys, like seriously, I don't even know what size this is, but if I were to guess, it's probably about 20 inches long, and I cut 6 strips. Now I'm going to tie it on one end, and then I'm just going to braid it. So I'm going to separate little bundles of 2, and those will be my strands. And then I'm just going to braid them and then knot them on the bottom, and I'll make 2 of those. All right, so I left the bottoms a little bit frayed. That way it kind of made it look like tassels. And I'm just going to thread the top knot through the holes and hot glue them to the back.
I've been trying everything I can, but I ain't got nothing left. I've been staring at the ceiling, I've been staying up all night. Everything I ever worked for vanished in the blink of an eye. I've been asking every question, 'cause I haven't got a clue. Why's it gotta be me? What the hell am I supposed to do? I've been running circles.
Right, I am going to use one of those panels, and I am going to use some of these painter sticks. Now these I get on Amazon, and I was super confused in my last few my last video that I did, that I used them. So they turn out, when you use one, it's about 10 cents each. I get them a huge box of 200, and they're $20. And guys, I mean, so easy. If you love crafting and love creating things, these are so easy to work with. I suggest, if you want to get them on Amazon. I do have it linked in my Amazon store down below in the description box. All right, so I cut these just to about, I would say it's about 10 inches tall. I don't think I measured them, because I just didn't, I just kind of eyed it out, and then I made the cut. I used my miter saw out in the garage to cut them all together. But you can certainly use a miter box if you do not have a miter saw, and I'm going to show you in a little bit what the miter box looks like if you do not know what it looks like. So here I am going to start attaching some of those sticks to these sides, and it's going to take 8 of them, because it's going to be 1 on each, so 2 in each corner, and I'm securing it with wood glue and brad nails.
You say take me on a treasure hunt. I long for something new. Have you heard the fairies when they sing and dance? Oh, I wish it was me every night. When I close my eyes, I see.
All right, so here I am, so you can see they're just attached right next to each other, kind of creating an L shape on the corners. And I started using brad nails because the panel from Arteza, it's thick enough where the 1/2 inch nails work perfectly, and it does not go all the way through. But when I start attaching other wood sticks to create the crate that I am going to create, I had to switch to staples, because I then the brad nails would go through them. So here I am measuring. If you're going to recreate this, my advice is measure and cut as you go, because I noticed that at first I thought, oh, it doesn't matter, math is math, I can just measure law and see. No, it's better if you just measure and cut as you go. So you can see there, I'm still making cuts, and as I go, to make sure that everything fits nicely. And here's the miter box I was telling you about. For smaller cuts and cutting small pieces of wood like this is excellent. And I do have it in my Amazon store as well.
Beauty lives in me. I know I don't yet know it, so I trust you when you say that beauty lives in me too.
All right, so here I am joining the two edge sticks because they were obviously not joined together, and it was just very difficult. I couldn't figure out how to get them together. So a staple worked fine. I just made sure that one end of the staple was it hit the one, as you can see there in the corner, just making sure that it just joined both sticks together. So once I was done doing the upper trim, then I placed another stick in directly in the middle of each side, and that gave it the crate look that I'm looking for.
Just close your eyes and know beauty lives in me. I know I don't yet know it, so I trust you when you say that beauty lives in me.
All right, so now the crate is all put together, and I am going to give everything 2 coats of Rust-Oleum chalk paint in the linen white, and it'll be inside and outside.
Time to get there. I don't care. I don't care. I'm in for the fight. It's gonna take some time, but I know that beauty lives in me. I know I don't yet know it, so I trust you when you say that beauty lives in me too. Beauty lives in me. I know I don't yet know it, so I trust you when you say that beauty lives in me too.
This time I'm going to use stain. This is a Varathane stain in the Sun Bleached. It is gorgeous. If you're looking for a stain that has more of a whitewash look, this is it. This is just absolutely beautiful. It does have a stronger smell, of course, so if you're going to use it, make sure that you are in a well-ventilated area. And I'm just going to give it 1 coat and let it dry. All right, I am now going to take these thumbtacks and I'm just going to attach them one in each corner for an added detail.
I got this feeling like it's starting now, starting now. I feel adventurous with you. And there is nothing that can hold us back, hold us back. We can do what we want to do. 'Cause we got all the time in the world, for better or worse. We should stay together. So let's stay young and in love. We should focus on us.
I am now going to take these peonies that I got on Amazon. They are also on my Amazon store, link down below. And I'm going to wrap the stems using the same lace ribbon I used earlier. That's so that it's more of a detail rather than just some green stems, wired stems they're showing. And I just think it just looks super cute just to wrap them. And I'm going to secure it with hot glue. And then I'm going to add some greenery that I also got on Amazon. Again, everything will be linked in my Amazon store down below. And add it together on the bottom center of the panel. And it just becomes this beautiful floral piece that you can use on a wall if you add like a hook in the back or as a decorative feature on top of a table. And I think it just absolutely looks beautiful.
I've been lying here for too long. I've don't know what else to do. I wanna get away from every little thing just to try to make it through. I've been thinking about my options, every detail in my head, but it doesn't really matter, nothing matters, so I cry instead. I've been running in circles, trying to catch my breath. I've been trying everything I can, but I ain't got nothing left.
I am going to take this Dollar Tree wooden pumpkin, and this is going to be a very, very simple DIY anyone can make. I'm going to give it some texture using hot glue. So basically, I'm just going to start making pouring random lines of hot glue and then let it dry. In hindsight, I would have done a better job. You know those little webby lines or webby strings that you get from the hot glue? We all know. If I would have thought about this better, I would have made sure I did not get too many of those, because as soon as I spray painted it, which I'm using this gold metallic Rust-Oleum spray paint, you can see all those little webbies, all those little webs from the hot glue. And I did try to remove a lot of them, but they were really stuck on there, or I didn't, it would have removed some of the other hot glue. So I just left it. But if I were to do this again, I'd make sure I'd be a lot more careful with that. All right, so after it was dry, I am going to just hot glue a couple or a few florals. These are a mixture of, let's see, no, I think all the florals are from the Dollar Tree. Not Dollar Tree, oh my gosh, Amazon. I did get these. A lot of my florals, a lot of my supplies are in my Amazon store, which is linked down below in the description box. I'm going to hot glue them in place and then put a buffalo check black and white Dollar Tree bowl right in the center, hot glue it, and then we'll be done with this one.
Would you stay till the morning light, or would you follow me, or would you let it be? If I leave tonight, we could do this right, we'll find the remedy. Or would you stay with me now till the morning light? Before you turn away, I just want you to know that I didn't throw your stuff away. Before you make up your mind that I'm nowhere to find, I'm standing right here. I know that I told you we're over, I swear that I'm sober, just listen, I miss you. And I know that I said all these things, but now when you're with her, I can see that.
I'm going to take this branch that it was from our yard, and I'm going to give it a very rough, heavy coat of Rust-Oleum chalk paint in the linen white. And I contemplated leaving it as is, but I like it. I wanted it to be a little brighter, a little cleaner. That long branch in the center of it. In the beginning, I thought I would leave it on. For some reason, I thought it just looked very organic, and I liked it. But I ended up cutting it off towards the end. But you'll see it for now. I will paint it as well. All right, guys, so now I am going to take several of these. Most of them are Dollar Tree. Only I believe the beige one is not. Yarns. And I'm going to create some feather-like leaves. I don't know if that makes sense. Feather-like leaves. You'll see what I'm talking about. I saw it on Pinterest, and I just thought it would be super cute to recreate. So I'm going to take my time here and kind of show you how I'm doing this. If you know how to do this, you can, just be patient. But I just want to take it a little slow so that if you want to recreate something like this, you know how to do it. So I took a longer piece and I folded it in half, and it's still going to be about 12 inches, maybe 14 inches. And then I'm going to just fold here about 6-inch strips. But in reality, they're going to be about 12 inches. But I'm going to cut them in one side. So that's why they're going to look like it's 6 inches, but they're going to be folded into 6 inches. That's why. So here's a closer look. I'm going to fold one, put it underneath the longer strip, and then loop each end into each other's loops. And we'll do it here. I'm going to show you again how it looks so that you can see. Now I'm going to put one facing the other way underneath, and then another loop on top, and then loop each ends into each other's loops. Once I had all the strands tied to the string, you'll see that it's starting to look a little bit more like a leaf or a feathered leaf, I guess. I'm going to now give it some shape. So I'm going to just take my scissors and start trimming it, almost like I'm cutting hair. And I did end up cutting or trimming even more, making them a lot more narrower. But I just wanted to show you this is kind of like the process that I took. And I repeated this with all, what was it, 5? Yeah, with all 5 colors. All right, now moving on to the branch again. So now I'm going to drill 5 holes on the bottom of the branch. Uh, I don't know what size drill bit this is. It's just what I had on there. I just needed it to be thick enough where the yarn can fit into. I'm also going to drill a couple of screws on the ends because I'm going to tie a jute twine rope so that it can be hung from there. All right, now it's time to put everything together. I'm going to just start to put some hot glue inside each hole that I pre-drilled. And now I'm going to just squeeze in the yarn through the little leftover loop or the top loop. That way it's snug in there and it will not come off because the hot glue is going to keep it in there. And I'll do that with all of them. And I'm going to stagger them and just kind of make sure that they're in a colored pattern that looks right to me.
Look out, here she comes, the woman that I love. It's too bad she'll never know tell her how I feel, because she has someone who makes her happy. I'm a ghost in these walls, or at least I try to be.
All right, and we are about done with this one, guys. And look how unique and beautiful this looks.
Cause I hope that I'm not showing how I feel for her, but she won't feel the same for me. I've got this picture in my mind. It's just the two of us, just the two of us. But I know I have to try to let her go.
I'm going to take this Dollar Tree foam pumpkin. It's one of those that had the fabric over it. And I'm going to remove everything, the stem and the fabric from it, because we're going to wrap it with some beautiful ribbon, fall ribbon that I have had for many years. And as I was cleaning out some stuff, I saw it. And I was like, oh my gosh, why haven't I used this year? Look how beautiful. It has like a burlap ribbon, and then it has the metallic leaves on it. Very, very beautiful. I'm going to cut 6 strips. I did measure the first one to make sure that it will fit the pumpkin all the way around. And basically, I'm just going to wrap them. I'm going to wrap it around and snug in the excess ribbon just so that it is nice and secure. And then I'm going to do that crisscrossing each and every one of the 6 strips.
When she talks, I watch her when she walks. She's giving me these feelings that I've never felt before. But she will never know that I love her so well. She's with somebody else, and I will have to let her go. She will never know, nah, nah. Never know, nah, nah. She will never know, nah, nah. Never know, nah, nah. She'll never know. It's like she stole my heart.
And here's the final one. I did secure the final one with some hot glue because it wasn't like really digging in there. Now I want to have those little flaps there towards the bottom. I want it to be as close and as snug as possible to the pumpkin. So I'm just going to fold them and just kind of make sure that they're nice and, I guess, I don't know, just flat against the pumpkin as possible.
Without knowing she did. But I guess that it will pass. Yeah, I can't be.
All right, now I'm going to take this metallic ceramic golden pumpkin from the Dollar Tree, and I'm going to secure it to the top of the other pumpkin using a combination of E6000 and hot glue.
I've been staying up all night. Everything I ever worked for vanished in the blink of an eye. I've been asking every question.
And now I'm going to add some florals. These are some wheat branches that I got at Walmart. I've used them so much throughout this through this fall season. And I'm just going to use some leftover branches that I have. And then I'm going to add a pop of color with a little sunflower from the Dollar Tree. I just thought it needed a little pop. And I just thought it just looked super adorable. And I think this is my favorite from today.
Why's it gotta be me? What the hell am I supposed to do? I've been running circles, trying to catch my breath. I've been trying everything I can, but I ain't got nothing left. And I know there's so much more to this life, but it's hard to see it clearly. Yeah, I tried my best, but nothing.
I'm going to take this piece of 1x4, and I have no idea where it came from, but we're going to use them to make some coasters. So I want the squares or the pieces to be exactly square. So I measured the width of the board, even though it says it's a 1x4, it's really more of a, let's see, 3 1/4 by 3 1/2. So I took him to my miter saw and cut 4 pieces. And now I'm going to sand the edges to make sure they're nice and smooth and there are no splinters. Once I was done with the sanding, I dusted them, and now I'm going to stain them using Rust-Oleum Chalked Aged Glaze. This is their brown tone. And yeah, basically I'm just going to stain them like regular stain. The beautiful thing about this glaze is that it is water-based, so it dries quicker, it comes off of your hands easier, and it doesn't have like a strong scent. Now I'm going to take these Dollar Tree little pumpkins and I am going to fill in the little holes because I don't want to see that on the coasters. And I'm just going to use some spackle to do that. And then I let it dry. I am now going to paint the little pumpkins using Rust-Oleum milk paint in their Venetian yellow, which is beautiful, guys. Beautiful color. And I'm going to give it just one coat. Once the paint was dry, I then took a 220 grit sandpaper and I'm just going to lightly sand them just to smooth them out and also to just kind of tone down the yellow. I am now going to use some wood glue to attach them to the top of each coaster. And I'm going to tilt them just a tiny bit, but I'm also going to secure them with brad nails. Now you are able to see the brad nail. I'm okay with that. I could have just used the wood glue, but I want to make sure they're nicely attached. And I don't mind seeing the brad nail. I think it gives it a little bit more character and a little bit more kind of like rustic farmhouse look to it. And then once that was done, it was time to seal everything. Of course, these are going to be coasters, so you want to make sure that they are sealed in case water or any spills gets on them. So I'm going to use Minwax polyacrylic in the clear, and this is the semi-gloss, and I gave it 3 coats. And then we'll be done with this one. I'm going to take these 4 scraps of wood and I'm going to make little kind of home shapes. I am going to draw some angle lines here, but honestly, after I drew the lines, it was basically just making some like 45-degree angle cuts. And so we did that using the miter saw. I cleaned them, dusted them. Now these one I didn't sand right away because I'm going to distress them by sanding them, and so I'd sand them later. I'm going to paint them in different colors. This taller one I am going to paint in that same milk paint by Rust-Oleum in the Venetian yellow. And then I'm just going to do 2 coats, and I'm just going to do the top of each little house, not the sides, not the back. On this one, I am using the Rust-Oleum chalk paint in the linen white, and again, I gave it 2 coats. For this one, I am using Rust-Oleum chalk paint in the coastal blue. And for this last one, is the smaller one. I am using Dixie Belle chalk paint in the kudzu, which is a beautiful green I just recently used to redo a little side table, and it is absolutely beautiful color, especially for fall. All right, so waited till they were fully dry, and now I'm just going to sand everything down and give it more of a farmhouse distressed look. To finish them off, I'm just going to add some jute rope to a couple of them. On this white one, I'm just going to tie it around in the middle and make a simple knot in the front. And then on the blue one, I am going to wrap it around 3 times and tie it in the back. And that's it for these, and I think they turned out absolutely stunning.
Tonight we could do this right. We'll find the remedy. Or would you stay with me now till the morning light? Would you stay till the morning light? Or would you follow me? Or would you let it be? If I leave tonight, we could do this right. We'll find the remedy. Or would you stay with me now till the morning light? Till the morning light.
These are 2x4s, and again, they're scraps that I had in the garage. I'm just going to kind of eye out where I want to make a cut, and I took it to my miter saw and cut them. And these I am going to sand down. They were really, really splintery. I'm going to sand them down on every side of the boards. Alright, for this, I'm going to use a paint. This is actually a fabric paint that Arteza sent me. And it's a beautiful yellow tone. I want to say it's their golden yellow. I'll have it listed down below for you. And I'm going to paint all the sides, including the top.
I got this feeling like it's starting now, starting now. I feel adventurous with you. And there is nothing that can hold us back, hold us back. We can do what we want to do. 'Cause we got all the time in the world. For better or worse, we should stay together.
Once the paint was dry, I'm now going to also distress them, focusing mainly on the edges.
So let's stay young and in love. We should focus on us forever. Yeah, baby, if you are feeling like I do, we can run away across.
And now I'm going to drill a hole on the top of each one. I'm going to do that using my drill and a drill bit. I'm not sure what the size is. I just basically grabbed one that fits the little kind of like stick that I'm going to be using to secure a stem, because these are going to be tall pumpkins.
Ocean, baby, what you say? We can leave today. Anywhere we'll go, we'll be alright. It's all about you. It's all about you. It's all about you. It's all about you.
After I drilled holes in Dollar Tree stems, I'm now going to fill in the holes in each pumpkin, and I'm going to cut the excess, leaving about 1/2 inch of the stem or the little stick, so that I can fill in the hole with hot glue again on the wood stem, and then just place it in there, and that way it'll be nice and secure.
Doesn't matter if we make mistakes, which I can promise that we do. Just hold my hand and we will be okay. Yeah, it's true. 'Cause we got all.
And to add a little detail, I'm going to take these leftover leaves from, I think it was cotton stems from the Dollar Tree, and I'm going to hot glue them to the 2 taller ones. And guys, we'll be done. And these are so timeless. I can't wait to put these in my own home and my decorations because they go perfectly with the yellow that I got or that I have on my fall decor this year. Take these 2 pieces of scrap 1x4s. I mean, guys, if these aren't scrap, I don't know what is. They were dirty, they had holes, it was just a mess. But I love it. I love when I find pieces of wood that have so much character, history on them. So basically, I'm going to make a box. It's going to be a very simple box. So I'm just going to eye out again, kind of like where the center is, and then cut 2 pieces for the sides. And then I have them right there. I dusted them and cleaned them. Now I'm going to paint these using a scraper. Now this is a different technique I have never used. So basically what I do is take some paint on the scraper and then just start kind of like spreading it. And of course not with a lot of paint on the scraper. And this will give it a very weathered look, almost as if it's been outdoors weathering in the elements. And I just love the way this turned out, guys. It's beautiful. Never tried this technique, and I am definitely going to use it again. And I did that on all the boards, only on the outside part as well as the edges.
Don't need someone to save me, no, and don't come running to blame me. From miles away, I can tell that something's off. The way you look and how you pause when you talk, I think I said enough. You said you love for me something brand new. You said this is something you would never do. Here we are in your car. Let me see who you are, who you really are. Yeah. Don't need you here to say you're sorry, 'cause if you're gonna leave me, then just do it. Don't take it slow, don't be gentle. No, I just gotta know if you're gonna leave me, then just do it.
All right, now it's time to put everything together. I'm going to use wood glue and brad nails to build the box. And it's a simple box, guys. So basically is adding glue and brad nailing. And as long as everything matches and is even on the edges, we are good to go.
Look out, here she comes, the woman that I love. It's too bad she'll never know. Yeah, I can't tell her how I feel, because she has someone who makes her happy. I'm a ghost in these walls, or at least I try to be. 'Cause I hope that I'm not showing how I feel for her, but she won't feel the same for me. I've got this picture in my mind. It's just the two of us, just the two of us. But I know I have to try to let her go, because she won't be mine I listen when she talks, I watch her when she walks. She's given me these feelings that I've never felt before. But she will never know that I love her so well. She's with somebody else and I will have to let her go. She will never know, na-na. Never know, na-na. She will never know, na-na. Never know, na-na. She'll never know. It's like she stole my heart without knowing she did. But I guess that it will pass. Yeah, I can't be the only one who got lost inside the blue of those eyes. I've gotta let her go.
For the bottom piece, I am going to use a piece of leftover cardboard. This is from a box that I got from a shipment from Amazon. And I could have used wood. I didn't have a piece of wood that was this large. I did have a piece of paneling. But honestly, guys, cardboard is perfect because what I'm going to put in it is pumpkin. So no big deal. I used the bottom of the box to trace the perfect size for the cardboard to be. And then I'm just going to cut it using my blade knife. And then I'm going to attach it to the bottom of the box.
I saw you from across the room. When our eyes met, I never knew that I could feel this way. And it's kinda strange. Don't even know your name. I don't know you, but I want to get to know you. Just wanna get to know you. I don't know you, but I want to get to know you. Just wanna get to know you. You say that you're from out of town. I'm hoping that you stick around.
This wreath that I have probably used about 20 times. I thrifted this grapevine wreath so long ago, and we're just going to now recreate it into a fun, beautiful, chic farmhouse kind of fall style wreath. And yeah, we're going to start by painting this Dollar Tree clip little pumpkin. It's made out of foam, and it's so easy to just make into your own style. If you are going with an orangey style, you can paint them orange. If you're going with the navy blue, you can paint them more not orange, navy blue. So easy to really make it into your own style with some paint. While that dries, I am going to take these, what are these called? I know they are kind of like fallish foliage kind of thing. I got them on Amazon, and I'll have the link down below. But these are actually the real thing. They're not plastic. They're not wire. I mean, these are the real thing. So I'm just going to start placing them randomly as I see fit on the right bottom corner of the wreath. And once I had that to where where I wanted it, I'm going to take these peonies. Now, I know these aren't very fallish, but you know, I'm still pretty obsessed with these. So I'm going to use them again. But we are going to make them very fall-like. I'm just going to place them again on that same corner on the bottom. And I'm not going to hot glue or anything. If you follow me, you know that I try to avoid hot glue as much as possible. And then I'm going to take this Dollar Tree buffalo check, there you go, ribbon, and I'm gonna make a simple bow, nothing fancy, just very simple, and then hot glue it to the center in between the flowers.
Shooting me with words, but I won't let them bruise. Even though it hurts, I won't show it to you. 'Cause it will ricochet, I won't let it bite. I will look at you and tell you that I'm
I'm going to take that little pumpkin, and it's still a little tacky. I just was impatient. I didn't want to wait. And I'm just going to clip it to the center of the bow. I think it is so stinking cute. And I'm going to take this Dollar Tree burlap foam pumpkin, which are absolutely beautiful, guys. If you have not been to Dollar Tree, you need to get there because their fall decorations this year are beautiful. And I'm just going to hot glue it there to the bottom. And then now to finish things off, I'm going to take some more of that buffalo check ribbon, and I'm just going to make a little hanging ribbon thing on the top. And that's it, guys. This wreath was super easy, very inexpensive, and beautiful. I just really, really love it.
Alright, like a ricochet, it will come back to you. 'Cause I don't care about you anymore. So you can't hurt me like you did before. Let me tell you, no, because my eyes are open, your words will keep bouncing away. And even if you're trying to hurt me, my skin's getting thicker each day. I don't know how you fall.
I'm taking this Dollar Tree pumpkin sign. I'm going to remove everything from it. I'm also going to remove excess glue and the glitter that is on it because we are going to give it one good coat of Rust-Oleum chalk paint in the, I think this is their soft pink. I don't know. It'll be linked down below.
Knowing that your words are hurtful, it's just not right. No, because my eyes are open, your words will keep bouncing away. Like a ricochet, like a ricochet.
Once that coat of paint was dry, I'm going to take Waverly Antiquing Wax and I'm going to dry brush a little bit on the edges as well as outline the pumpkin center lines. It just makes it, it just gives it dimension and it antiques it. It just gives it that farmhouse look that I'm looking for.
Like a ricochet, like a ricochet. I used to let it in, all the things you said. You try to turn me into somebody else, but it will ricochet. I won't let it bite. I will look at you and tell you that I'm alright. Like a ricochet, it will come back to you.
And now that everything is dry, I'm going to take more of that buffalo check ribbon and I am going to make another simple bow and glue it to the top of the pumpkin right underneath the stem.
'Cause I don't care about you anymore. So you can't hurt me like you did before. Let me tell you, no, because my eyes are open, your words will keep bouncing away. And even if you're trying to hurt me, my skin's getting thicker each day. I don't know how you fall asleep at night, knowing that your words are hurtful, it's just not right. No, because my eyes are open.
I'm going to take a Dollar Tree flower. This is again from their fall collection. I'm going to remove the stem completely and I'm going to hot glue it right underneath in between the ribbon there or the bow with attach it with hot glue. And then I'm going to add the little tin leaf that came with the pumpkin originally and I'm going to glue it to that left or not left, right side of the bow.
Your words will keep bouncing away. Like a ricochet, like a ricochet, like a ricochet, like a ricochet.
And to finish things off, I'm going to take this Harvest galvanized word and I'm going to hot glue it to the center of the pumpkin and we will be done. This is probably such an easy way to redo and really customize Dollar Tree decor in general. I mean, think about it. If you buy these for $1 and then just add some colors here and there to match the decor that you're going for, what an awesome way to really, really add some charm to your home and yet not spend a lot of money. take this scrap leftover piece of paneling that I had in my garage. I'm going to give it a coat of white chalk paint in the linen white from Rust-Oleum. It has some scrapes on the edges, and I just want everything to be nice and crisp white. And I also want it to be matte, and this has kind of like a sheen on top. So I'm going to give it a good, just one coat and let it fully dry. Once that was dry, it's time to get things put together. I am going to take these blocks from the Dollar Tree, which are awesome. I wish I would have grabbed more, but at the time I was like, oh, two will be sufficient. No, I should have grabbed more. So I need to get back there and see if they have more. All right, so I'm going to place them underneath the paneling here, and I'm going to place them almost at an angle so that they do not look square when you look at this from the top. I want this to be a centerpiece for a table. I'm going to brad nail them from the top, but you can certainly hot glue them if you don't have a brad nailer. It's just that hot glue and wood, sometimes I feel like they don't stick, and I want this to be very, very sturdy. So I'm just going to brad nail them. And then once that was done, it's basically time to put things together. I'm going to put a Dollar Tree pillar candle there and some Dollar Tree florals and pumpkins. And I am going to add a peony that I got on Amazon. Again, the same ones that I used earlier. A lot of these items, guys, that are not from Dollar Tree, I do have on my Amazon store, which is linked down below. If you want to check that store out, you can.
Don't need someone to save me, no, and don't come running to blame me. From miles away, I can tell that something's off. The way you look and how you pose.
I'm going to take this Dollar Tree pumpkin, and I'm just going to give it a heavy coat of the Rust-Oleum chalk paint in the coastal blue. I'm going to go with a very bluish theme. This is a navy blue theme for today. I love it. It's not normally my style, but I wanted to bring a different idea, different style that can give you, or hopefully inspire you to use what you have, use inexpensive decor, make it your own, and give it a high-end look. And I just think this pumpkin just did exactly that.
Why don't we say that it's too late for us now? Why do we stay?
After the paint was fully dry, or I thought it was fully dry, you'll see it here in a minute what I mean. I took some aluminum foil and I wrapped it around the stem. I want to create a longer stem that I can also bend into a curled stem. Now this technique and idea I got from Mama Dares to DIY. She recently did a larger pumpkin and she used this technique and I loved it, and I thought, you know what, I'm going to use that technique. And I did, and I'm so happy that I did. So basically I'm just going to wrap it around as I see fit, and it'll be thicker on the base of the stem and thinner as I go up, and then curl it as much or as little as I see fit.
When I blame you for the things that weigh me down, 'cause in the echo of your silence, I only hear what's best for me. Yeah, in the echo of your silence, I'm thinking more of her. She who wants to study your body.
So once I had the stem in the length and the style that I wanted it, I took this leftover, it was from a Dollar Tree messenger bag. It was the strap. I had these two little straps left over from it, and I thought I'm going to use it to wrap it around the stem, and I think it was perfect. I secured it with hot glue.
Who gets the better version of you? I need the bitter truth. I need the better version of you. I need the better version of you. I need the better you. girl, you texting when I look away. 'Cause in the echo of your silence,
I then decided that it needed a little extra detail, so I took some jute twine and wrapped it around the entire stem. That way, just kind of like in a spiral um, way. And that way, it just adds a little bit more character and a little bit more detail. And what I really loved is that I continued it on the base of the stem to finish it off, and it just cleaned that edge off.
hear what's best for me. Yeah, in the echo of your silence, I'm thinking more of her. She who wants to study your body, who gets the better version of you. I need the bitter, bitter truth. I need the better version of you.
Alright guys, so to finish this pumpkin off, I decided to dry brush a little bit of chalk paint. This is the Rust-Oleum in the linen white. And I'm just going to dry brush it all around. I think it adds a little bit of distress, a little bit of a dimension to it. And I just really love the way it turned out. And as you can tell, I did not let the pumpkin dry completely on the bottom. So I did leave a little residue on my tabletop there. I did not mind. It's chalk paint, it'll come off. But that's why it did that. It was completely dry on top, but on the bottom, it left some residue. But there's what it looks like. I think this pumpkin took a whole different new life and new look, and I love the way it turned out. I'm taking this Dollar Tree pumpkin sign and these little tiny Dollar Tree pumpkins. One is from a little like, I don't know what this is called. It's just, it has pumpkins and footballs. And I'm just going to take one of the pumpkins and then one of these smaller pumpkins that come in a little packet. And I'm going to remove this little leaf from the larger pumpkin as well as the jute twine. And I'm going to give this larger one 2 coats of Rust-Oleum chalk paint in the coastal blue.
Now that I'm looking back, I can see all the signs I tried to fill in the cracks that were spread in my mind, but I was all out of hope, lost in an endless maze. The emptiness had unfolded just like a void, but you broke the coldness somehow and lit up a flame.
Once the paint was fully dry, I decided to distress it just a bit. I love distressing and with dry brushing because it just adds detail but also dimension to my home decor, and that is why I distress, but you can certainly leave it just as is. So I'm going to use my stenciling brush and Rust-Oleum chalk pen in the linen white, and I'm just going to distress the edges and then add a little bit of detail and distress to the center of the pumpkin, and again is to add detail and dimension. To finish this pumpkin off, I decided to wrap the stem using some jute twine or jute rope. I got this one on Amazon. I do have it linked in my Amazon store down below. I'm going to secure it with hot glue and just wrap it around until I like it and until I don't see any of the blue underneath.
That
All right, so now I'm going to take the smaller pumpkin and I'm going to give it one coat of the Rust-Oleum chalk paint in the linen white. And then after the paint was dry, I again added distress and details using the Waverly antiquing wax and my stenciling brush once again. And again, I'm just going to focus on the edges and then a little bit in the center to add dimension. All right, so for the final little pumpkin here, I am going to wrap it, or I guess put some burlap on top of it. I'm going to use hot glue, and this piece of burlap is from burlapfabric.com. It was a leftover piece. They sent me some supplies a few months ago, and I had this piece left over, and I thought it would be perfect. So I'm just going to hot glue it, and then I'm going to cut the excess burlap from it so that it continues to have the same pumpkin shape. All right, so now it's time to put things together. I'm going to take these two little foam. This is foam from Dollar Tree. I took 4 little pieces and I hot glued 2 of them together. So now I have 2 thicker pieces, and it's just going to add a dimension to my design here, to my sign. So I'm going to add it to the back of the medium-sized pumpkin, and then I'm going to hot glue it to the bottom left of the pumpkin. Basically what I'm doing here, and I'm just standing up the pumpkins so that they are both I guess even on the bottom, because I want this pumpkin to be able to be hung or also put on a tabletop. And I'll do the same thing with the smaller white pumpkin.
How did we end up here in the corner, looking like enemies? We used to be the team people talk about, what a chemistry. I can see it in your eyes. You don't wanna talk anymore. I wanna get so numb while we enemies. No, you don't mind the way I stutter my words. You know exactly what it means and how it hurts. Oh, I can't believe you're here.
All right, so to finish everything, I'm going to add a jute rope bow to the smaller pumpkin. That's just to add a little bit of detail as well as to cover the tiny little hole on the stem of it. And then I am going to add some of that same jute twine on the bigger pumpkin to add so that I can hang it if I'd like. And then we'll be done with this one, guys. And I absolutely love how high-end this looks, how beautiful it looks, and we spend just a few dollars.
I just wanna get out of here. I find it so hard to breathe. 'Cause when you get too close, I lose my way and I freeze. I wish you knew what power you have over me. But now it's so hard to breathe. Just get me out of here.
I'm going to take this Dollar Tree tin bucket. I'm going to remove the jute twine from the top. I'm not going to worry about the residue glue that is on the tin because I actually like that detail. Recently, I did another video where I took a similar tin bucket. It was a thinner one, but I gave it a more farmhouse chic look, and I loved it. It was pink. So I'm going to use a similar technique here with this bucket, but instead I'm going to use the coastal blue from Rust-Oleum chalk paint just to continue with the theme. And guys, this bucket turned out so cute. It's one of my favorite. So I'm going to give it 2 coats of of this paint and then let it fully dry. All right, so now that it is dry, I'm going to distress it. I'm going to give it a rusty kind of look to the bottom rim, the upper rim, and as well as a little bit on that little edge that you see lifted up there. So basically I'm using Waverly antiquing wax and my sponge stenciling brush, and I'm just going to dab some of the wax again on the upper and bottom rims and a little bit in the center, just to give it an illusion that it has been rusted.
Don't need someone to save me, no, and don't come running to blame me. From miles away I can tell that something's off. The way you look and how you pause when you talk, I think I said enough. You said your love for me something brand new. You said this is something you would never do. Here we are in your car, let me see who you are, who you really are, yeah. Don't need you here to say you're sorry, 'cause if you're gonna leave me then just do it. Don't take it slow, don't be gentle, no, I just gotta know if you're gonna leave me then just do it.
So I'm going to take some more of that burlap fabric that I had left over, and I'm going to write pumpkins 25 cents on it. And I'm going to use the thinner side of the marker, and I'm just going to freehand it. I mean, I could have used my Cricut, I could have used a stencil, but I think freehanding it just gives it that, I don't know, it's just a special look, and I just love the way it turned out. So I'm just going to
Don't need someone to save me, no, and don't come running to blame me. From miles away I can tell that something's off.
All right, so now I am going to center it in the front of the tin bucket and secure it with hot glue. And that's it, guys. I'm going to add some pumpkins and a little bit of faux florals from the Dollar Tree. And guys, this was beautiful. I cannot wait to show you how it turned out.
No, and don't come running to blame me. From miles away I can tell that something's off. The way you look and how you pause when you talk, I think I said enough. You said your love for me something brand new. You said this is something you would never do. Here we are in your car, let me see who you are, who you really are, yeah. Don't need you here to say you're sorry, 'cause if you're gonna leave me then just do it. Don't take it slow, don't be gentle, no, I just gotta know if you're gonna leave me then just do it.
Okay, so I'm going to take this leftover paneling that I have had in my garage for a while. I recently used another piece of the same paneling for a fall sign, but for this one I'm going to do something different. I'm using my drill here to drill a few holes all around the edge. Now I started just free-handing it, and then I decided to stop because I realized that it was curving. You see that curve? I don't want that. I've done this before and I want to make sure that it's as straight as possible. So I'm just going to draw some straight lines on all four edges, and then I'm going to drill holes all around, and it's probably going to be about a 1/2 inch away from each other.
for too long. I don't know what else to do. I wanna get away from every little thing just to try to make it through.
Once I had all the holes drilled, I dusted everything and cleaned it off, and I'm going to give it 2 coats of Rust-Oleum chalk paint in the linen white.
I've been thinking about my options, every detail in my head, but it doesn't really matter, nothing matters, so I cry instead. I've been running circles.
Okay guys, so now I am going to take some jute rope and I am going to thread it and loop it all around the edge. This took some time, I'm not gonna lie, but it was so worth it, and it was actually almost fun and therapeutic in a weird way. So I'm going to start by knotting the first one there so that I know, so it doesn't go through, obviously. And I'm just gonna loop it, so it's gonna go around and around until I'm completely done.
Trying to catch my breath. I've been trying everything I can, but I ain't got nothing left. I've been staring at the ceiling. I've been staying up all night. Everything I ever worked for vanished in the blink of an eye. I've been asking every question.
Alright, so I'm done threading. Now I am going to take some additional jute rope here and I am going to give or stain it, maybe that's more of a paint or stain it, using the same Rust-Oleum chalk paint in the coastal blue. And I'm just going to give it one heavy coat and then remove the excess paint with a rag. And this is so that I can have the blue tone that I really love on the flower arrangement that's going to go in the center of our sign.
'Cause I haven't got a clue. Why's it gotta be me? What the hell am I supposed to do?
Alright, so now I'm going to take some of these, or one of these Dollar Tree little tiny pumpkins. They are a pumpkin pick, and I'm just going to give it 2 coats again of the coastal blue Rust-Oleum chalk paint. And basically what I want is just to give it again some of that blue tone that I have been using. I like all of these. When I make a series or a video, I want to make sure that all the decorations, or at least most of the decorations, kind of match each other so that you can use in a vignette, or I just like them for them to coordinate. So I'm going to give it, and I'm sorry that I keep pulling it away from the camera. I'm going to give it 2 coats, let it fully dry, and it's the cutest little pumpkin ever. All right, now I'm going to take some of this Walmart wheat bushes that I got recently. Love these, guys. If you have a Walmart near you, I hope they have these. They're inexpensive and you can use them. I just love the tone. So I'm creating a little tiny floral arrangement for the center of my sign. I want this to have a fall kind of style to it, but with these lighter colors and of course a touch of that blue that we've been using all throughout.
I've been running circles, trying to catch my breath. I've been trying everything I can.
So after I secured it with our blue jute twine there, I am now going to put everything together and attach it to the center of the sign. But I want the sign to be a little bit different, so I'm going to kind of give it a more diamond look and secure it with hot glue to the center. And then I'm going to add a little piece of jute twine to the back, securing it with hot glue, and that's so that I can hang it with that. And then we'll be all done, guys, and I love the way this turned out as well.
Got nothing left. I've been lying here for too long. I don't know what else to do. I wanna get away from every little thing just to try to make it through. I've been thinking about my options, every detail in my head.
I am going to take these burner cover plates from the Dollar Tree, and I am going to paint the top, that part. 2 coats of Rust-Oleum chalk paint in the linen white.
Now that I'm looking back, I can see all the signs I tried to fill in the cracks that were spread in my mind, but I was all out of hope, lost in an endless maze. The emptiness had unfolded just like a void, but you.
I'm also going to take this tea candle holder, and I'm going to also give it 2 coats. Now, I am probably the only DIYer on YouTube that has yet to make her own tier tray. So here we are. We're making a tier tray. So these are only the 3 things that you need. And literally then it cost me $2 to create this. Once the paint was dry, I'm going to take an Arteza acrylic marker, and I'm just going to add some distress right on the edges, and that's it on all 3 items.
Broke the coldness somehow and lit up a flame. Ooh, I was done feeling hopeless, screamed out loud because it felt impossible in my bones, like getting blood out of a stone on my own. But you came around and removed the thorn in my soul. You guided me out of the storm. I found home in your arms of gold, in your arms of gold, in your arms of gold. It's funny how easily
I am now going to put everything together using E6000 for a permanent hold, as well as hot glue for a more quick hold. And I am going to put the thinner part of the tea candle holder on the larger side, and then the larger side on the bottom of the smaller plate. Now, if you wondered why I placed the plate facing down versus facing up, no reason to it. I just like the way they looked more facing down than they did up. But either way it would be fine. If you're going to do it the other way, I suggest either leaving it as is, but painting the bottom white, because then you'll be able to see it sometimes if you kind of look under the tray. But other than that, that's the reason why I kept them facing down.
life can be torn apart. Why couldn't I simply see that I was sick at heart and I am in deep debt? The climb we did was unreal. You made me so speechless. I just can't believe it. You broke the coldness somehow.
We are about done. I'm just going to dress it up with some fall decoration, and look how stunning this looks. This is my first tier tray, and I had fun. I really love the way it turned out. It's actually pretty sturdy, which I really like. And I think keeping it simple and not too heavy with the decoration is exactly what I wanted for it.
And lit up a flame. Ooh, I was my own enemy, screamed out loud because it felt impossible in my bones, like getting blood out of the stone on my own. But you came around and removed the thorn in my soul.
I'm going to take leftover ribbon. I don't know what to call this. It's like ribbon or strips of ribbon from from a hat that looked just like that one. I had used it for another DIY, and I had a ton left over. And basically what you want to do is you want to tear off the beginning of the seam of the hat and then start pulling it apart, and then you get this beautiful ribbon that is just so awesome to DIY with. All right, so I am going to wrap the entire bowl using this ribbon. I am going to start right underneath the rim and hot glue it all around.
I found home in your arms of gold, in your arms of gold, in your arms of gold. I rise from the ashes.
Once I get to the part where it's like doubling up, I am going to put hot glue right on the edge of the last strip, and I'm going to overlap each strip, but very, very little. So they're going to be overlapping, but I mean, hardly even anything, because I really want the entire ribbon to be seen, but I also want it to overlap so that I have a nice full covered bowl.
I've been lying here for too long. I don't know what else to do. I wanna get away from every little thing just to try to make it through. I've been thinking about my options, every detail in my head, but it doesn't really matter, nothing matters, so I cry instead. I've been running circles, trying to catch my breath. I've been trying everything I can, but I ain't got nothing left. I've been staring at the ceiling, I've been staying up all night. Everything I ever worked for vanished in the blink of an eye. I've been asking every question, 'cause I haven't got a clue. Why's it gotta be me? What the hell am I supposed to do? I've been running circles, trying to catch my breath. I've been trying everything I can, but I ain't got nothing left.
I decided not to wrap the bottom of the bowl because one, you won't be able to see it, and two, I really want the bowl to sit nice and sturdy on whatever surface I have it on. So I am going to make sure that my last wraparound is very close to the rim, and leave it just like that.
And I know there's so much more.
For the rim portion, I am now going to wrap it. So what I'm going to do is add hot glue on the inside, well, not the inside, on the outside bottom of the rim, and you'll see me doing. And we're going to do, what I'm going to do is I am going to wrap it around, but leave it open for now. I just want to focus on getting it underneath the rim using hot glue again.
Would you stay till the morning light, or would you follow me, or would you let it be? If I leave tonight, we could do this right. We'll find the remedy, or would you stay with me now till the morning light? Before you turn away, I just want you to know that I didn't throw your stuff away. Before you make up your mind that I'm nowhere to find, I'm standing right here. I know that I told you we're over, I swear that I'm sober. Just listen, I miss you. And I know that I said all these things, but now when you're with her, I can see that you miss me. Would you stay till the morning light, or would you follow me, or would you let it be? If I leave tonight, we could do this right. We'll find the remedy, or would you stay with me now till the morning light? Till the morning light, till the morning light, till the morning light, yeah. Till the morning light, till the morning.
All right, so now it's time to then wrap it around. So I am going to add hot glue on the top of the rim and wrap it around, of course, very carefully so that you don't get burnt. I do have my hot glue in the low setting, so it's a bit easier. So I have to work a little faster, otherwise it'll dry up on me, but it really sticks and dries really fast.
Maybe I'm just too weak, maybe I'm just afraid of being alone. Well, I don't care, 'cause right now I feel the love that we said we would burn. Oh, I know that you feel it too. I know that I told you we're over. I swear that I'm sober. Just listen, I miss you. And I know that I said all these things, but now when
All right, so now I'm going to add some handles, but I want the handles to actually reach all the way to the bottom of the bowl. So I am just going to hot glue and then cut as needed.
with her, I can see that you miss me. Would you stay till the morning light? Or would you follow me? Or would you let it be? If I leave tonight, we could do this right. We'll find the remedy. Or would you stay with me now till the morning light? Stay till the morning light. Or would you follow me? Or would you let it be? If I leave tonight, we could do this right. We'll find the remedy.
And then of course, I'm going to repeat that on the other side.
Shooting me with words, but I won't let them bruise. Even though it hurts, I won't show it to you. 'Cause it will ricochet, I won't let it bite. I will look at you and tell you that I'm alright. Like a ricochet, it will come back to you. 'Cause I don't care about you anymore. So you can't hurt me like you did before. Let me tell you, not because my eyes are open, your words will keep bouncing away. And even if you're trying to hurt me, my skin's getting thicker each day. I don't know how you fall asleep at night, knowing that your words are hurtful, it's just not right. Not because my eyes are open, your words will keep bouncing away. Like a ricochet, like a ricochet, like a ricochet, like a ricochet. I used to let it in, all the things you said. You try to turn me into somebody else, but it
And we are just about done, guys, and I think this is my favorite from today. I absolutely loved the way this turned out.
I've been lying here for too long. I don't know what else to do. I wanna get away from every little thing just to try to make it through. I've been thinking about my options. Every
So I'm going to
detail in
take
my
this Dollar Tree basket and I'm going to remove the handle. This little basket is one of a set of 3 that come for $1. I also took my big, what are these, shears, and just cut that little round part that was holding the handle. I want it to have a flush rim. And the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to dry brush very lightly some Rust-Oleum chalk paint in the aged gray. This is just for detail. This is for purposes of removing a little bit of that sheen and also adding a little bit of a farmhouse distress to it.
so you can't hurt me like you did before. Let me tell you, not because my eyes are open, your words will keep bouncing away.
I am now going to take 2 of these messenger bags that are from the Dollar Tree, and I am going to cut them because all I need is the part that's just the burlap, and I'm also going to need the strap. The part that is color or the teal color and the purple color I'm going to keep for another project. But for today, I just need the burlap, the plain burlap part, as well as the strap. All right, so now I have two pieces of the burlap. They're about a rectangular shape, and I'm going to kind of set it to where it looks like this little basket is lined with it. Now, they're not big enough to cover the entire thing, but I made it work as if it was just draped over the little basket. And I'm just going to secure it with hot glue on the inside as well as on the outside so it stays nice and secure. What I really like about this small basket is that it can be used in so many ways. It can be used in the bedroom just to throw like hair ties or whatever. It can be used in the kitchen, the bathroom. It has so many purposes, but I really like the way it looks with like a farmhouse fall decor, and that's what I'm doing it for.
Look out, here she comes. The woman that I love. It's too bad she'll never know. Yeah, I can't tell her how I feel, because she has someone who makes her happy. I'm a ghost in these walls, or at least I try to be. 'Cause I hope that I'm not showing how I feel for her, but she won't feel.
And then I did the same thing with the second one, and I draped it just like the first one, but on the back side. So you're still going to see a little bit of the white, but because the burlap is sort of like in an angle, it just looks like it's just draped over the basket.
I've got this picture in my mind. It's just the two of us, just the two of us. But I know I have to try to let her go, because she won't be mine.
All right, so now I'm going to take the two straps from each bag and I'm just going to join them using hot glue. I am going to tie it around the basket towards the upper part of the basket, and then I'm going to tie a simple bow in the front. And I think it truly made the basket, and I'm so glad I used it. I thought about using, maybe nautical rope or just twine, but this one is just thick enough where it just adds a lot of character, and I really like the way it turned out. And of course, I love that I can reuse another part of these beautiful bags.
I listen when she talks, I watch her when she walks. She's giving me these feelings that I've never felt before, but she will never know that I love her so well. She's with somebody else and I will have to let her go. She will never know, nah, nah, never know, nah, nah. She will never know, nah, nah, never know, nah, nah. She'll never know. It's like she stole my heart.
All right, guys, so we are about done with this one. I'm just going to cut the excess straps there, and then I'm going to add some pumpkins from the Dollar Tree, and I just think it looks stunning. Look at this cute cute basket. I just think it has so much character, and it went from this plain little plastic basket to this beautiful little accent basket that can be used in so many areas and in so many ways.
without knowing she did. But I guess that it will pass. Yeah, I can't be the only one who got lost.
So here we are with a leftover frame from a canvas. I think this was one of their like 8x10s from the Dollar Tree. Oh my gosh, I used several of them for another project, and I had this one left over. Now, these painter sticks are not from the Dollar Tree. However, I do get them on Amazon, and you can get them at the hardware store as well. But I get these like in a box of 200, and they're like, I think it was like 20 bucks or something. I don't remember, but it was like cents. Each painter stick is cents. So I have them on my Amazon store, which is linked down below. If you want to take a look at that, I'd love for you to check out my store anyways. But if you're interested in these painter sticks, they come in a huge box and they are individually wrapped in about 10 of them or so. So check it out. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to plank this frame using the painter sticks. I'm going to put the ruler part facing down, and I'm also going to alternate the little curved part one way, then the other one the other way. That way I don't have the curved part in the same side. And once we paint and add all the decorations, you won't even see it. The reason why I'm staggering it, I just want this to have a very traditional planked farmhouse look, and I think it really looked really cute. All right, so now that I have it kind of where I want them to be, I am just going to hot glue them. This is not going to be a heavy project, so I think just hot gluing is going to be absolutely sufficient. And it was. I hung it, and it really did not even move. So hot gluing it works, but you can use anything else you want. You can even staple on the edges, and it should be fine.
I know it won't be easy. I wanna hold her close, but I have to.
All right, so now I'm going to take the 2 extra painter sticks, and I am going to just kind of mark, because I'm going to add them to each side, just like kind of what you see there. And I'm going to cut them using my miter box. If you do not have I have a miter saw, but for something this thin and simple, using a miter box is really the way to go. And if you do not have a miter saw, I would really recommend you getting one of these, because for small projects like this is really perfect. Just obviously be very careful when using it. And I do have it in my Amazon store as well. All right, so I marked, and now I'm just going to cut both of these.
Try as hard as I can, 'cause she'll never be mine. I listen when she talks, I watch her when she walks. She's giving me these feelings that I've never felt before. She will never know that I love her so well. She's with somebody else, and I will have to let her go. She will.
After I sanded down the edges to make sure there are no splinters, I am going to secure them to the sides of the sign using hot glue as well.
Now that I'm looking back, I can see all the signs I tried to fill in the cracks that were spread in my mind, but I was all out of hope, lost in an endless maze. The emptiness had unfolded just like a void, but you broke the coldness somehow and lit up a flame. Ooh, I was done feeling hopeless, screamed out loud, because it felt impossible in my bones, like getting blood out of a stone on my own.
All right, so now everything is put together. I am going to give it just one coat of the Rust-Oleum chalk paint in the linen white.
But you came around and removed the thorn in my soul. You guided me out of the storm. I found home in your arms of gold, in your arms of gold, in your arms of gold. It's funny how easily a life can be torn apart. What could
All right, so now I am going to distress it using the Waverly Antiquing Wax and my stenciling brush. And I'm just going to go very lightly until I feel comfortable with the way it's coming out. And I'm just going to focus on the edges and a little bit in the center just with a dry brush technique. So I am going to use one of these Dollar Tree, not pumpkin, footballs. And I'm going to stain it using the Waverly Antiquing Wax as well. And I'm just going to stain like 2/3 of it. That's all I'm going to need to stain. And then I'm going to wipe off the excess. Once I was done with the staining, I am now going to use leftover nautical rope from the Dollar Tree, and I'm just going to start making cuts. I'm going to wrap the top. We're making a little acorn. So I'm going to wrap the part where we did not stain, and I'm going to hot glue it. So basically what I want to do is I'm going to cut them overlapping the edges, but not too much, but I want to keep it kind of with the same shape as the acorn on the top, but overlapping the edges a little bit.
Look out, here she comes, the woman that I love. It's too bad she'll never know. Yeah, I can't tell her how I feel, because she has someone who makes her happy. I'm a ghost in these walls, or at least I try to be. 'Cause I hope that I'm not showing how I feel for her, but she won't feel the same for me. I've got this picture in my mind. It's just the two of us, just the two of us. But I know I have to try to let her go, because she won't be mine. I listen when she talks, I watch her when she walks. She's giving me these feelings that I've never felt before, but she will never know that I love her so.
And then, of course, we want to add the, the little top there, stem. And then I did ended up adding one more longer strip to the bottom one, to the first row. I just felt like it needed that one to be a little thicker. And you'll see it when I put it all together. All right, so the paint is dry, the dry brushing is dry. Now it's time to put everything together. I'm going to add the leftover of the leftover rope, and I'm going to hot glue it to the back, and that's what I'm going to use to hang this with. And then I am going to then hot glue the acorn, which I thought turned out so stinking cute. This is a football, guys, and we turned it into an acorn. And I'm just going to hot glue it to the bottom left. And then I'm going to add some florals from Walmart that I recently got. These are part of a huge little bundle that I got recently, and super cute, great quality. And I'm just going to hot glue 2 little branches on the opposite side. And then I am going to add a bow, a buffalo check bow to the top of the sign. And then I'm going to make a little burlap bow, and that's just to cover the glue that I am putting in right now to hold together these little florals.
I've been lying here for too long. I don't know what else to do. I wanna get away from every little thing just to try to make it through. I've been thinking about my options, every detail in my head, but it doesn't really matter, nothing matters, so I cry instead. I've been running got nothing left. I've been staring at the ceiling. I've been staying up all night.
I am using this scrap piece of paneling, and the one side has the paneling kind of textured side, which maybe in the future I'll use for another DIY, but for this DIY I'm going to use the back side. By looking at it, you might think I'm absolutely insane because it looks so crazy looking, but that's just old glue from the paneling. And it is sanded, it is soft, it's not textured. So I am going to use that side because I'm loving the way it looks, and I am going to dry brush white chalk paint by Rust-Oleum in the linen white. Basically very little dry brushing. I'm just going to add enough to where I like what I see, and then once it's done, I'm going to give it a light sand.
Now that I'm looking back, I can see all the signs I tried to fill in the cracks.
Now that the paint is fully dry, I am going to lightly sand using a 220 grit sandpaper. I basically just want to soften the dry brushing.
That was spreading my mind, but I was all out of hope, lost in an endless maze. The emptiness had unfolded, just like a void, but you broke the coldness.
To kind of freehand here the words "Hello Fall" on the bottom right of the sign. And basically, I am very nervous. I always get nervous when I have to freehand because I don't want to mess it up after I already painted it. But it is what it is. I have to be brave. All right, so here I am using the pencil again just to freehand the word "Hello Fall."
Look out, here she comes, the woman that I love. It's too bad she'll never know. Yeah, I can't tell her how I feel, because she has someone who makes her happy. I'm a ghost in these walls, or at least I try to be. 'Cause I hope that I'm not showing how I feel for her, but she won't feel the same for me. I've got this picture in my mind. It's just the two of us, just the two of us. But I know I have to try to let her go, because she won't be mine. I listen when she talks.
Alright, so while the letters dry, I am now going to take this Dollar Tree wooden pumpkin. They have them, I think it's meant for like a little banner, but I got them because they're just so easy to customize. So I'm going to give it one coat of Rust-Oleum chalk paint in the linen white, and I'm going to let it dry. This is just going to add a little fall detail to the sign. Before I attach the pumpkin, I want to drill 2 holes on the top because that's where I'm going to put the jute twine so that I can hang the sign. To attach the little pumpkin, I'm going to use this tiny little clothespin. Now, it's not going to actually be attached by it. It's just going to be more for looks. I'm actually going to attach the pumpkin with hot glue, but that way it gives the illusion that it's hanging from the little clothespin. But I just thought it looked really cute, and it also covers that little tiny hole, which I could have covered with some wood filler or putty, but hey, I forgot, and it's okay because the little clothespin looks really cute. We are just about done with this one, guys, and I absolutely love the style of the sign. This was an old piece of scrap wood that I had in the garage. It was a longer piece and I cut it in half. I absolutely love all the texture that already has on it. It has old wood or nail holes, and it has a nail sticking out of it, and all that texture all around the edges. I just thought it looked perfect for a nice farmhouse style sign. So I'm going to dust it off really well, and then I'm going to attach the two pieces plank style using two pieces of scrap 1x2s, wood glue, and brad nails. If you do not have brad nails, you can certainly use regular wood or hammer and nails, and it should work perfectly fine.
I've been lying here for too long. I don't know what else to do. I wanna get away from every little thing just to try to make it through. I've been thinking about my options, every detail in my head, but it doesn't really matter, nothing matters, so I cry instead. I've been running circles, trying to catch my breath. I've been trying everything I can, but I ain't got nothing left. I've been staring at the ceiling.
And then, of course, once it was nicely attached, I am now going to give it 2 coats of Rust-Oleum chalk paint in the linen white.
I've been staying up all night. Everything I ever worked for vanished in the blink of an eye. I've been asking every question, 'cause I haven't got a clue. Why's it gotta be me? What the hell am I supposed to do? I've been running circles, trying to catch my breath.
The paint now is fully dry, and can you see the yellowing it got? That's because I actually did not clean the wood. This is what happens, but honestly, I knew it would happen, but I want this to have such a farmhouse old style wood sign that I actually was hoping it got a little bit of stain, and as you can see, I am distressing it pretty heavily, so a lot of that yellowing went away along with the distress. But I really want this to look like it's been out and about, like the wood just got weathered naturally, and that's exactly, I think, what I got. Now, using an electric sander makes things a lot more distressed, which is what I wanted, and makes it a lot easier and faster, but you can certainly distress by hand using sandpaper. I used a 120 grit sandpaper, but you can certainly use that or anything else. It just depends how quickly and how much you want to distress.
I've been trying everything I can, but I ain't got nothing left.
So I basically just stenciled the words first because I thought I wasn't going to add the little two details on the top on the bottom, but then I ended up adding it. So you're going to see that here in a few seconds that I ended up adding them to the sign.
And I know there's so much more to this life, but it's hard to see it clearly. Yeah, I try my best, but nothing turns out right. God, I need you now so dearly, 'cause I've been running circles, trying to catch my breath. I've been trying everything I can.
Alright guys, so now it's time to add some faux florals. Now, boxwood is not very fall-like, but I wanted to add something that was going to add some fullness to the sign. And I just really wanted to just add that green tone to it. So I'm adding now some fall style foliage, I guess, or florals. And then I'm going to secure it using this pipe clamp that you can get on Amazon. You can get them at the hardware store. You can get them in different sizes. This is the 1/2 inch, which to me, it has worked to create handles on trays. I've used them all the time, but in this case, I'm going to use it to clamp down the florals. Now, they're not completely tightened, which is okay because then I can change the florals as I want. So it worked out really well, and I'm just going to secure it with small screws.
But I ain't got nothing left.
And we are just about done with this one, guys. Look how stinking cute farmhouse style sign this is. I absolutely love it.
I've been running circles, trying to catch my breath. I've been trying everything I can. I ain't got nothing left. Nothing left.
This one is made out of foam board from the Dollar Tree. I wanted to use different techniques. I wanted to use, like, we first used the scrap paneling with the dry brush technique. Then we used the scrap wood plank style technique with the one we just saw. Very distressed using sandpaper and the sander. And now we're using foam board from the Dollar Tree. And really, you can do any size. Now, for purposes of this video, I did 10 inches. You can use 12, 10, 9, it doesn't matter. It just depends how big you want the sign. So I marked 10 inches and then I drew a line, and now I'm just cutting it. I'm not cutting all the way through, just halfway through the board, and then I'm going to snap it, as you can see there, and then I'm going to flip it, and I'm just going to cut the other side using the blade knife. And that's just because it was a very long piece of foam board. So, and then after that, I just started cutting just to the part where I wanted it to see. So like I said, this is very customizable and you can do whatever you want. What I'm looking for here, I want 4 pieces of 3-inch by 10-inch foam board.
Now that I'm looking back, I can see all the signs I tried to fill in the cracks that were spread in my mind, but I was all out of hope, lost in an endless maze. The emptiness had unfolded just like a void.
Alright guys, so now I have those 4 pieces. They're 3 inches wide and they are 10 inches long. Now, this cutting mat was also sent to me by Artisa. I had yet to get one, and when they sent it to me, I was so excited. It is a self-leveling cutting mat. And let me tell you, I was so nervous to cut on it because I'm thinking, oh my gosh, like, can I cut on this thing? But yes, that's what it's called, a cutting mat, and absolutely love it. And I'm so happy I got it. So check out, again, the link down below for any of these supplies that you see from Artisa. All right, so here's what I'm doing with this. I am now going to randomly make different cuts on these strips of foam board. I want this to have a palette style, let's see, kind of like planked style, palette style sign. And if you have seen like old palettes, they are randomly cut. They have pieces in the corners missing, and you'll see what I'm talking about as I put things together. So I'm just going to make some random cuts in different angles, different sizes on each strip. All right, so now that I have the cuts made, I'm just going to kind of put them together until I see that I like what I see. And then I'm going to flip them over, not turning over, because then they're going to sit, it's going to switch the alignment or how I have them lined up. So I'm going to flip them over, and now I'm going to use a scrap piece of the foam board, and I'm going to hot glue it in the back, and that'll secure all the pieces together. I am going to give everything one coat of the Rust-Oleum chalk paint in the linen white, and this is just so that they have that crisp white look, and then also to give it that matte look that I want. Alright guys, so now it's time to add some distress to it. Again, I want this to have a farmhouse look. So I'm going to use Waverly Antiquing Wax and my stippling brush or stenciling brush. And I'm just going to start highlighting or antiquing those edges. Everywhere where there's a cut, an edge, seam, anywhere, I'm going to add a little bit of the antiquing wax. And then I'm also going to dry brush a little bit of distress all over the planks. Alright, so now everything is put together and dry. I am going to start adding the details. I'm going to add this galvanized thankful word on the bottom right of the sign. I'm just going to hot glue it. This is from the Dollar Tree. And now I'm going to add some of these tiny yellow sunflowers from the Dollar Tree. They're super cute. I got them in 2 different sizes. And I'm just going to randomly put them where I think they're going to look nice. I'm going to hot glue them to the planks.
Look out, here she comes, the woman that I love.
Alright guys, so now I'm going to add some stems to these little flowers using the acrylic marker from Artisa in the forest green. And then there's no right or wrong way. I'm just adding stems from the flower all the way to the bottom. And then I wanted to add a little bit of dimension, so I added right on top of it, but you can still see some of the green. I added some of the Van Dyke brown acrylic marker, and again, this is just to add a little bit of dimension, but at the same time, just add some like color and darken up that stem. And then once I was done with that, it was time to add a little bit of the farmhouse kind of like fall little stems. I don't know what these are called, but I'm just going to hot glue them where I see fit.
It's too bad she'll never know. Yeah, I can't tell her how I feel, because she has someone who makes her happy. I'm a ghost in these walls, or at least I try to be. 'Cause I hope that I'm not showing how I feel for her, but she won't feel the same for me. I've got this picture in my mind.
To finish off this little floral area, I'm just going to freehand here a very simple jute twine bow, and I'm going to hot glue it to the center kind of bottom of the little area there with the flowers.
It's just the two of us, just the two of us. But I know I have to try to let her go, because she won't be mine. I listen when she talks, I watch her when she walks. She's giving me these feelings that I've never felt before, but she will never know.
Alright, so to finish things off, I'm just going to add jute twine to the top, and I'm just looking here for kind of like the center and see how long I want this. And I'm just going to knot it on the end and then hot glue it in the back to secure it, and we'll be done with this one.
I love her so well. She's with somebody else, and I will have to let her go. She will never know none.
And here it is, guys. Look how beautiful this looks. Can you believe this is foam board? Even in person, it just looks so authentic, and I really love the style, and you really can customize it. You can make it even longer and make a very long sign. I just really love the way this looked.
Never know none. She will never know none. Never know none. She'll never know. It's like she stole my heart.
So I am going to use a Dollar Tree fall sign that is already done and finished, and you can certainly use it with these colors and this style. But if this is not the style or the colors you're using, you can certainly customize it as I am doing today. I removed the jute twine from the top, and now I'm going to give it 2 coats of the Rust-Oleum chalk paint and the linen white.
But I guess that it will pass. Yeah, I can't be the only one who got lost inside the blue of those eyes.
Once the 2 coats were fully dry, I am now going to paint the ribbon in the middle, which was a kind of like it was lifted. As you can see, it was an attachment on the sign. And I'm going to use here bare chalk paint in the pale sepia. And this is a beautiful beige tone, but it has like a gray undertone, and I really love it. I've used it on several projects, including furniture, and it's beautiful. Anyways, I'm just going to do 1 coat on the ribbon and then let it dry.
I've gotta let her go. I know it won't be easy. I wanna hold her close, but I have to try as hard as I can. 'Cause she'll never be mine. I listen when she talks, I watch her when she walks.
Alright guys, so it's time to distress to give it that farmhouse style that I am looking. I am going to use the Waverly antiquing wax again, sorry, with the stenciling brush, and I'm just going to focus on the edges as well as anything that is white. I'm just going to add again that distress look, dry brushing in to give it that farmhouse look. Alright, so now I am going to use acrylic marker from Artisa in the Van Dyke Brown again, and I'm going to use it to add some details to the entire edge of the sign. And I'm going to do that just to add again a detail, and it just adds a little bit of a kind of like a stitched look, and I just thought it looks super cute. And I'm also going to outline the edge of the ribbon to add some dimension to it.
Don't need someone to save me, no, and don't come running to blame me. From miles away I can tell that something's off. The way you look and how you pause when you talk, I think I said enough. You said you love for me something brand new. You said this is something you would never do. Here we are in your car, let me see who you are, who you really are, yeah. Don't need you here to say you're sorry, 'cause if you're gonna leave me then just do it. Don't take it slow, don't be gentle, no, I just gotta know if you're gonna leave me then just do it.
I am now going to add a galvanized welcome word to the ribbon portion, and I'm just going to hot glue it to secure it.
Let's be honest for a second.
All right, so I'm going to take another one of those little wooden pumpkins from the Dollar Tree, and I'm going to again give it one coat of the Rust-Oleum chalk paint in the linen white.
Yeah, you're being over your head, babe, 'cause there is no one other than me that can make you feel the way you feel when I hold you.
Once again, I'm going to use the Artisa acrylic marker in the Van Dyke Brown, and I am going to just give it some details. I'm going to fill in the stem of the pumpkin. I'm going to outline all the edge of the pumpkin, as well as add some details to the middle of the pumpkin to give it more of a, I guess, detailed pumpkin look.
Said enough. You said you love for me something brand new. You said this is something you would never do. Here we are in your car, let me see who you are, who you really are, yeah. Don't need you here to say you're sorry, 'cause if you're gonna leave me then just do it. Don't take it slow, don't be
All right, now I am going to secure the little pumpkin to the center bottom of the sign.
gentle, no, I just gotta know if you're gonna leave.
And now I am going to take these yellow farmhouse style fall-like florals. That is another long title. Just removing some of the tiny little stems, and I'm just going to hot glue them there to the left side of the pumpkin. And basically this will finish it off. I did add jute twine to the top, basically just to hang it, but we will be done. And look how cute this looks. I mean, think about where it started, and if you like that style, absolutely, it was beautiful. But if it's not your style, you can customize it to whatever you want. Guys, as we are finishing off here with a ribbon from the Dollar Tree, just gonna make a little simple bow and hot glue it to the bottom of the floral. I am going to use this placemat from the Dollar Tree. I am going to mark 2 inches on each side, and then I'm going to draw lines because I am going to cut. I'm going to need 6 2-inch strips. And then once I have the strips cut, I am going to cut angles on each side, so making them into like almost like arrows. And then I'm going to give it 2 coats of Rust-Oleum chalk paint in the linen white, and I'm only going to paint the side that the writing is on. The other side is going to be inside of the pumpkin, and it's already a lighter color, so I'm okay leaving it as is. And then once they were fully dry, I am now going to crisscross them, and I am going to just crisscross all of them kind of as even as I can. And you can hot glue this, but I didn't want to add more thickness to the bottom. I want to be able to, for it to be as flat as possible. So I decided to just place that little Dollar Tree little wood like little branch stump. I don't know what they are. And I flipped it over and then I stapled it using my staple gun from the bottom. And now I am going to start folding each strip towards the little wooden trunk there and stapling them. And this is why we created them into little pointy arrows, because that way it's less thickness going into that center portion there. And I'm just going to fold them as they are. So whatever is on whichever strip is first in line, that one I fold first, and that's how I keep going. And then once I had all the strips nicely secured, I cut just a little excess of that last strip, and I'm going to put a big glob of hot glue, and now I'm going to use a thinner wood piece of, are they little tiny trunks? Wood pieces? I don't know. And then I'm going to take some Dollar Tree ribbon. I just got this at the Dollar Tree in their fall decor area. And I'm just going to grab a piece and I'm going to make a simple knot. And once I did that, then I am going to add a little tiny sunflower that I also just got on a Dollar Tree haul. And if you have not seen that video, I just posted it this weekend on my other channel, in my home channel. So if you want to check that out, I'll have that channel linked down below. And I'm just going to place that little tiny sunflower right there on the knot, and then we'll be all done. DIY, I am going to again use a placemat from the Dollar Tree. This time I am going to freehand a pumpkin on the back of it, and nothing fancy, just a pumpkin. I am not the biggest artist, drawer, but hey, a pumpkin I think I can do. And then once I have it, I'm just going to cut it out. Now I'm going to take popsicle sticks from the Dollar Tree. These are the thicker kind, and I'm just going to start covering it. I am going to overlap the edges, so all around the edges is going to be overlapped. Now in the areas where it's on top of the pumpkin, I am going to cut the round part off. And I am going to hot glue them in place until the entire pumpkin is covered in the popsicle sticks and there's enough overflowing on the edges. And now that everything is covered and hot glued, I am going to cut the excess popsicle sticks that are, overflowing or over the edge of the pumpkin. And I am using these clippers. I actually just recently got these from Amazon. I do have them on my Amazon store now, which is linked down below. And they're wonderful. They cut through these. And I know these aren't like the thickest, strongest popsicle sticks, but they do cut really, really nice. And I actually got them to cut through like tin cans when I do trash to treasures, but I thought it would be appropriate for this and it worked really, really well. So I'm just going to keep trimming off the excess popsicle sticks. Now I am going to stain the wood using Waverly Antique Wax, and this is water based, and it's a nice alternative to stain. I'm not a big fan of this color myself if I were to leave it wood tone, but I'm not. I just want a darker tone underneath, but I'm gonna give it one coat and then wipe off the excess using a damp rag. And then once that was dry, or almost dry, I think I should have waited a little longer for it to dry, I'm going to dry brush some Rust-Oleum chalk paint in the linen white. And I gave it 2 rough coats. Rough meaning that they're not full coverage because I do want it to have a rustic farmhouse look. And using a 120 grit sandpaper, I am going to rough it up a little bit and just sand it down just a bit. And now I'm going to take some jute rope and I am going to secure the beginning piece in the back with hot glue. And I'm going to wrap it around a few times. I want to cover that little area where the popsicle sticks meet. I think hindsight, looking back, if I were to create something like this again, I would have shiplapped a little bit more, staggering that seam better so that the seam doesn't fall on that same spot. But in this case, I think the jute twine did a really good job, and it just adds that farmhouse charm to it.
You don't wanna talk anymore. I wanna get so numb while we enemies.
Then to finish it off, I'm just going to add these yellow baby's breath, which are beautiful. It has that fall burnt orangey kind of yellowish color, and it looks really good. I'm just going to take a few little branches, and I'm just going to add them in between the jute twine there. I'm not going to hot glue or anything because it's pretty snug as it is. And then guys, we'll be done with this one, and I think this one is so stinking cute. I love it.
No, you don't mind the way I stutter my words. You know exactly what it means and how it hurts. Oh, I can't believe you're here. Can't get any worse. No, no. I just wanna get out of here. I find it so hard to breathe. 'Cause when you get too close, I lose my way and I freeze. I wish you knew what power you have over me, but now it's so hard to breathe. Just get me out of here.
All right, guys, so now I'm going to take this jar from the Dollar Tree, and I'm going to remove the lid. I drilled a hole right in the center of the lid, and then I grabbed these two other wood stumps here, and I'm going to drill on one of them all the way through in the middle, and then on the other one only halfway through. And then what I'm going to do is I am going to give just the lid 2 coats of Rust-Oleum chalk paint in the linen white.
Just get me out of. How can you be so calm around me when I act desperately? You used to be the one getting crazy when I'd be hard to reach. I can see it in your eyes. You don't wanna talk anymore.
Now I'm going to put everything together, and I'm just going to grab a regular wood screw and screw it from the inside of the lid all the way in. And then I'm going to take the little wood stump that has the hole all the way through, and I'm going to screw it all the way in. And then I'm going to take the other little wood stump, and I'm just going to screw it in all the way until it tightens onto everything else. I'm going to create a pumpkin as well, but this one is going to have the little wooden stem right on top of the lid. And instead of just hot gluing it, because I haven't been very successful hot gluing these little wood stumps, I just thought screwing them would do the work, and it worked like magic. All right, so now I'm going to leave the jar just like is, and I'm just going to add some more of those baby's breaths right inside the jar to give it that farmhouse fall like charm to it, that color. But I mean, this jar can be used for anything. It could be used for in the bathroom, it can be used in the kitchen, but I just decided to use it more as a decor, and I'm just going to add these baby's breath to it.
Wanna get so numb while we enemies. No, you don't mind the way I stutter my words. You know exactly what it means and how it hurts.
Then took some of that same ribbon I used earlier, and I am going to cut a longer piece off of it, and I'm going to wrap it around right underneath the lid, and I'm going to make a simple bow. And then I'm going to add an even smaller little sunflower that I got at the Dollar Tree right in the center of the bow, and we'll be done with this one.
I can't believe you're here. Can't get any worse. No, no. I just wanna get out of here. I find it so hard to breathe. 'Cause when you get too close, I lose my way and I freeze. I wish you knew what power you have over me, but now it's so hard to breathe. Just get me out of here.
And look how beautiful this jar turned out, and so simple and so inexpensive.
Would you stay till the morning light, or would you follow me, or would you let it be? If I leave tonight, we could do this right. We'll find the remedy, or would you stay with me now till the morning light? Before you turn away, I just want you to know.
Okay, guys, so this wreath I thrifted last year. This is a video that I did for last year's decorations for fall, but I wanted to put it in because, it just proves that you can take things that are very inexpensive and things that you already have around the house and not have to buy new things. So I thrifted this wreath and it had like a 4th of July theme. So I removed everything from it and it did have some glue, some old glue on it, but I didn't mind because I was going to cover it up anyways. I started pulling all these leftover florals. Last year I had a very, very light color neutral theme for my decorations, and these were some of the leftover Dollar Tree florals that I had just laying around. And I just started pulling things, just setting things aside, cutting them, and just putting them in little bundles. That way I know what I had and I knew how to, or I knew where I was in regards to florals. And then I started just kind of eyeing out, just kind of wanted to see what I wanted to, how I wanted to decorate it. So I just started placing florals here and there, trying to keep things very even to the eye, but again, just having fun.
You say take me on a treasure hunt. I long for something new. Have you heard the fairies when they sing and dance? Oh, I wish it was me every night. When I close my eyes, I see beauty lives in me. I know I don't yet know it, so I trust you when you say that beauty lives in me too. Later it comes later, dear, for many of us. I promise you that we
So as you can tell, I just kind of went around and filled it as best as I could and just kind of keeping the florals very even on all the sides. And I did find those picks there that were kind of grassy, and I just thought I think it would look great right there on the bottom. And then these cotton stems were, gosh, I don't even remember where I got them, but I knew that I've had them and I just started placing them again, just filling in some of the holes.
run through the wrongs and even the rough.
I then took this Dollar Tree ribbon. It's like a burlap ribbon and it has the chevron white design on it. And I just made a simple bow. I like to keep things simple. So I just made a simple bow and tied it in the middle with some jute twine and then attached it to the bottom of the wreath.
And beauty lives in me. I know I don't yet know it, so I trust you when you say that beauty lives in me too. It's gonna take some time to get there. I don't care, I don't care. I'm in for the fight. It's gonna take some time, but I know that beauty lives in me. I know I don't yet know it, so I trust you when you say that beauty.
And then I wanted to add a little bit more detail, so I grabbed this little pumpkin that I had. I ordered these online on Amazon last year, and I just placed it right in the center of the bow. I do have them in my Amazon store link down below if you are interested. They do have them again this year. And so then I just finalized things with adding more ribbon to the top of the wreath so that I can hang it in on my door on my porch.
Trust you when you say
then it was time to get it on my porch. So I put one of these command hooks, one of the larger ones, and I placed it on the door, and it's still there to this day. I have used it in all my seasons. I put it on backwards, that way I can bring the ribbon around through the top of the door and then tie it in a knot where I want it, like depending on the height that I want the wreath, and then hook it in the back. And this is exactly what I still have. So just a little tip for you if you don't know how to hang and you don't want anything like if you don't want to have to always buy those hooks for wreaths, you can always do this.
Don't need someone to save me.
And there's what it looks like. I thought it turned out super cute, and it was like really inexpensive. It's just things that I had at home already. All I paid was for the wreath, and it was just a couple of dollars at the thrift store, and I'm very happy with the way it turned out.
And don't come running to blame me. From miles away, I can tell that something's off. The way you look and how you pause when you talk, I think I said enough. You said your love for me something brand new. You said this is something you would never do. Here we are in your car. Let me see who you are.
Okay guys, so to finalize this video today, I thought I'd show you how my porch looked last summer. So this is not this summer, last summer, and I am going to start turning it into the decorations for fall. So I just wanted to finish the video with this one. Soon I'll be decorating for my fall porch here this year in 2020, but I wanted to show you kind of how it turned out for the 2019 fall video.
I would be up waiting for you if you had to leave. I would wait a lifetime if you
All right, so I needed to give this porch such a bad clean. We get so many spiders here in where I live and spider webs. So I cleaned the entire porch and I just gave it a little refresh and get it ready for the decorations.
I would wait a lifetime if you were at sea. I just wanna say that I feel that our love is real. Maybe we should hurry up and seal the deal.
I got this chair and this stool at I don't even remember. I think it was Marketplace, and last year I did a trash to treasure, and I just made them up and made them very farmhouse. So I've been reusing them over and over again since then, and I really love their style and the look, and I'm so glad that I did that. All right, so I still had those, the summer teal color in the planter. So instead of painting them, which I thought about doing, I just thought, let me just cover them up with some burlap fabric that I had. I think I got that burlap fabric, like, oh my gosh, I think it was at Walmart. It was so long ago now, I don't remember, but it was just in my stash. And so I thought I'm just going to wrap them up and give it more of a fall look.
I just wanna love you right. Love you till the end of time. I just wanna hold you for forever. Every day you're making me better. 'Cause a love like this is rare. And I wanna take you there.
I then decided to paint the bottom of the, or not the bottom, but the planter of the mums that I got at the hardware store, basically because I just didn't want to replant them. You know, I was soon going to change them anyways into Christmas decorations. So I thought giving them a fresh look to match the style of my decoration was perfect. I then took the welcome sign that I had on my porch and I flipped it over. I am going to just give it the same style. It's going to say welcome, but I'm going to stain it and then paint the letters on it. That way I have a two-way sign and I still use it till this day. I have it right now on the white side. So I thought it was just a clever way to use it in different seasons. So that's what we'll be doing with that one.
I just wanna hold you for forever. Every day you're making me better. 'Cause a love like this is rare. And I wanna take you there. If I'm gonna love somebody, I just wanna love you. If I'm gonna love somebody, I just wanna love you. If I'm gonna love somebody, I just wanna love you. If I'm gonna love somebody, I just wanna love you. Oh, oh, I just wanna love you right.
And now it's time to just put everything on the porch. And I really love the way this simple summer to fall refresh on my porch last year turned out. And I cannot wait to do mine for this year. Alright guys, so I hope you enjoyed this video. I just wanted to bring you a whole ton of inspiration, a lot from this year, but also a little bit from last year. And yeah, I hope you're enjoying the season. I hope you're getting your decorations up and going for fall. And thanks for coming by if this is your first time visiting. I hope you consider subscribing and joining our YouTube family. And if you are returning, as always, you know that I'm so appreciative of your time. And guys, just thank you so much and have a blessed day.